Right. Good morning once again to all of you. And I think you should get going. We've got around 100 odd people who have joined. The sessions are being live streamed on Facebook and YouTube. So to do the first session, I would like to invite Lasanta Priyankara, CISSP, CCSP, Secretary, IC Squared, Colombo Chapter. Congratulations for the new board. And Subhashini Somasundaram, CISSP, member of IC Squared, Colombo Chapter. Welcome you on both of you to do the session on securing your hybrid environment. Thank you so much. All the best.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining the morning session. So to start things off, let's take a walk down memory lane, where previously we went to office, we had little to no social distancing, and we were mask-free. Now, we are working from home, whereas when it comes to the future, what most companies have started to introduce is a concept called hybrid working, where you can either work from home, office, or anywhere, where you could just open your laptop or device and connect to office resources and start working. This is also known as flexible working. Why is this an information security concern? It is a concern because now with hybrid working, we are capable of using personal devices, mobiles, tabs, office devices to access office resources. And this brings a greater attack surface. We have come up with two major categories of information security-based challenges. The one being weakness in the environment or the process, where the other being the lack of user awareness, which results into user mistakes. We will be discussing them in detail, targeting mainly why it is considered as a challenge, and also what can be done to reduce the risk. Over to you, Lasanta.
Thank you, Suhashini. So when it comes to protecting mobile devices, it poses us quite a bit of challenges, from updates to antivirus to access control to you yourself to protect the device from the inner hacker in you. So first off, when it comes to software or antivirus updates, the moment you see the notification while you're in the middle of something, you go, can't do that now. But it is very important that we need to have those updates installed. Otherwise, the attackers get the better hand over you. And also, when it comes to antivirus, to protect you from the known threats out there, antivirus is a good practice. It's like putting a helmet on when you're getting on a motorcycle. Some of you Mac and Linux users might say, we do not need antivirus, we're safe, but this is far from the truth. The point being, while Windows is widely used everywhere, when malicious code is being executed in Windows, it gets known, it hits the news, unlike Linux or Mac devices compared to. So they're out there. The only problem is they're not that popular. They're not that vastly spread. And then the problem of access control. When you take your device, it could be your mobile phone, it could be your laptop. To keep your kid from crying, you turn on a game in your mobile and hand it over to the kid, or even give your laptop to install whatever the game he wants. This poses some significant threat. We will discuss in the coming slides. And lastly, in the list of things that can go wrong is you yourself. We all are geeks at heart. We want to try rooting or jailbreaking our device to see what other extra things we can do, or go crazy and install some unprecedented tool in your device to see the greatest and latest and greatest things you can do with it. So when it comes to protecting a hybrid environment, your laptop or your tablet or your mobile is the device you keep contact with your office network. So this could be company provided, or this could be your own device that you choose to use for office purpose. Either way, when you're using it to office purpose, you could be putting your organization at risk by doing any of those activities, by not installing updates, not installing AV, and not properly controlling the access and playing around with the device. So as an organization, it's always best to buy the devices and put necessary policies and controls in place and hand over to the employees. However, because of the massive capital expenditure, some organizations choose to not do that and let your device to be used for your requirement. This gives you more flexibility, and you can do more things with your device because it's your own device. But because of the lack of security awareness, some users do not follow best practices and not only put themselves or yourselves in harm's way, but also you're putting your organization in harm's way. So as an organization, always, if you're a decision maker in an organization, always weigh the costs and benefits of buying the devices by the organization or letting the user bring their own devices. So regardless, as an end user, you have a set of responsibilities to follow to keep your device or the company provided device safe and not getting into trouble. So to do that, next slide, please. What you need to remember is, keep your device up to date. Those patches you get, those updates you get, sometimes they are feature updates, but pay attention to the security updates. If it is a security update, which means there was something wrong with the operating system or the version of the software you're using. That is why there is a security update, to fix that problem in that software or your operating system. The moment the update is out, the entire world and including the hackers or the criminal community knows that this problem is there in this particular software or this particular operating system. So that is known means anybody who does not have that patch installed are vulnerable to that issue, which is known to the entire criminal community. So if you're one of those people who haven't installed the last security updates, you are in trouble because there is a higher risk of somebody getting access to your device through that unpatched vulnerability. And then you have the antivirus solution. Well, most of you do, some of you don't. The having antivirus is, as I said, it's like putting a helmet on before you're getting on a bike. Some of you do that because the cops stop you, but some of you do that because like you genuinely want to be protected if God forbid, if something goes wrong. So it won't protect you from you driving like a maniac, but it would protect you from just falling off the bike and accidentally hitting your head. So think about antivirus like wearing a helmet before you're getting on a bike. Try to do that to the best you can and keep your antivirus up to date. And to talk about, do not sharing the laptop or the phone with your kid or the guest. When it comes to guests or your family members, if you can understand, they do understand if you can appreciate that they can understand the criticality of the safety of the device, they are not trying to install anything on the device or navigate to dodgy sites. That's acceptable. Handing your laptop off to your wife to do her online banking, that's perfectly normal. But giving it to a kid to play a video game because he's crying and throwing a tantrum is not. Because the problem with those games and free stuff, we'll talk more detail in the coming slides, is they doesn't come for free. Even though they call they are free, they are not. And sometimes when kids download those games, they go to not very legitimate sources to get those. For example, pirated software, which we'll be talking in a bit as well. Those will bring some serious damage to your devices. So as best practices, do keep the device up to date, have an AV solution running, and try not to share your device, mobile or laptop, with the kids. And lastly, your inner hacker. If it is the office device, if it is something you use for banking and serious activities, do not play with it. Keep it as it is with the way it came from the company, because rooting and jailbreaking breaks the entire security model. So stick to that. Suhashini?
Thank you, Asanta. Moving on, protecting your home network. The main reason why we have to protect our home network is that we use our home Wi-Fi, for instance, to access the office resources. And the home network is usually not as secure as the office LAN. So therefore, there are few best practices that need to be followed. These are actually very simple for the techies, but as a reminder, make sure that you change default administration credentials. Set up a strong pre-shared key or an encryption. Basically, instead of the default username and password, you set up something strong, especially the password, so that it would be very difficult for any malicious user or hacker to compromise the system. And finally, you try to control the access to your home Wi-Fi by implementing VLAN segregation. Speaking of passwords, it has always been a major concern or a priority, a security priority, and when it comes to hybrid working, it is no different. The main reason why passwords are a huge deal is that easy passwords can be quickly compromised. Similarly, obvious passwords can also be quickly compromised. To highlight this, we have actually shared you this chart on the left-hand side, which actually it provides a summary of how long it usually takes for a password with different complexities to be compromised. So what can be done about it? Basically, the simplest answer would be to pick a strong password. The graph on the right summarizes how the need for identity assurance increases during different scenarios. Basically, to match up with this need, companies or services have begun following or are already following the idea of combining different levels of identity assurance. Now, these levels are showed in the chart on your left, which is basically the consumer authentication strength maturity model. You can combine a couple of these models so that you would, for one, make it more secure, and two, it would increase the identity assurance to prove that you are who you are. Very common combination is the multi-factor authentication. For example, in addition to the username and password combination, you provide, let's say, the users with an RSA token that changes in a periodic time, which is only provided to a specific user. So if you have the combination correct, the username, password, and also the RSA token, then you've proven yourself that you are the actual person who is attempting to log into the system. Over to you, Lasanta.
Thanks, Suhashini. So talking about next problem we have, untrusted software. First is, of course, pirated software. When we want to work on something and we search for what is the best tool, And of course, if you're buying the entire package, it's going to cost you an arm and a leg. Instead, what you do is you go in a torrent site, search for the software, and for the cracked version. So when you get the urge to do that, ask this to yourself. An organization is developing a software, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars, and also they're having the best minds there to protect them. So if somebody steals that software, they lose their revenue. So they are doing whatever the controls they can put in place within reasons to stop people from stealing it. A person who can break that is quite smart. That person needs to acquire that knowledge over a period of time, and that person needs to have some practice with it, spend hours and hours learning the trait. And even after you have that knowledge to crack a software, it takes some time. It's days to weeks sometimes. So after that person putting all that effort into to break that copyright mechanism of a software, why do you think that person give it to you for free? That's always, when a cracked software is put out there, there's always a backdoor in it. It might not be always active. It could be just listening, quietly listening on a particular port, or on a certain day of the month or a year, it's trying to go to the mother network and try to say, I'm here. There are myriad of tactics used by the hackers to stop detection, that you think you are using the software crack, nothing's wrong, but in the background, they always have a way to come back to your device. Sometimes it's financial. You become a part of a massive botnet when they want to rent out. You are being a little soldier, or not you, your device. Or they can detect when you're not using your computer, and they can kick off the processing power you have, and your electricity, of course, to use your computer as a part of a Bitcoin mining rig. So not just because you don't want to be a part of that, you don't want to lose your data. It's also because you might be a part of a criminal organization unwittingly. So try not to use pirated software to the best you can. And the second point is the freeware and shareware. Yes, some organizations put those out there to get people to use them, free, of course, but nothing is actually free. When you get those, you might see majorly in mobile games. Of course, they are in desktop versions as well. But you can very clearly see this in mobile games. There is a small stripe in the bottom or the top that has a rotating advertisement stream. So that's their revenue. The more users download and use their software, it could be a game or a tool or whatever. When you're using it, advertisement is being shown to you. Sometimes you don't even notice it, but that's how they make money out of that free software. So the problem there is those advertisements are not regulated. They do not have a proper mechanism to validate these are actual advertisements. They are not trying to lure people into that bad website to attack them. So it is very common amongst those advertisements that bad people would put bad URLs. Something looks attractive, you click on that, and your device is compromised. So again, using freeware, shareware, know what you're doing, and there are techniques. Some of you techies know things like Pi-hole from that can be the tool called Pi-hole that can be used in a Raspberry Pi, or DNS blockers. You can use those tools in your network to block those known bad advertising sites, but as a rule of thumb, as a general user, try to stay away from those free and free or freeware or shareware as well. And the third concern is free and open source software. Yes, you can see the source code. It is widely available. I myself, hands down, am a FOSS promoter. But if you are a FOSS user, ask yourself this. When did you ever read the source code of a tool, properly before you use it? I haven't. Some of you techies might remember just a couple of years ago, there was this massive vulnerability in the open source library called libSSL that has been there for over a year. And that is an open source, free and open source library. So just because it's free and open source and it is out there, you can't blindly trust it. You need to understand, yes, these are relatively secure, but you need to use them with the mindset there are things can be going wrong in this as well. Next slide, please. So to pay a little bit more attention to torrents, this is what happens when you're downloading a torrent. Unlike a conventional file download, where you go to the site where the file is and click, there is a direct connection made to your device. Torrent uses a file. Well, the torrent file downloaded in a similar way from the torrent site to your computer. Then you need to use a torrent client to open that file. And what that does is it looks for all the other people who has the same file all around the world and see if they're online. And depending on the internet speed, different bits and pieces are dragged from those different sources into your device. So if you look at the peers are the other people who has that file that you're trying to access to. On the leftmost column, you can see the IP address. The techies might know this IP address that is shown there is the public IP, which means this IP address can be reached from anywhere in the world. So it's like telling the entire world, this is where I live. And the second column, the client, it shows what is the torrent client you're using and its version. So you can do a very quick Google search to find out what are the vulnerabilities in this particular client and this version, and also a second Google search to find out what are the exploits out there. So while you're using a torrent file, this information is available to everybody who are in that network. So if you're really in a requirement to download torrents, at least try to do that in a sandbox environment, which you do not use your banking or critical activities or your office work. Have to try to do that in a separate virtual machine, which you block all the other access other than the outside internet. So even if that the virtual machine get infected, it is contained. Next slide, please. So to summarize, when using software, try to use legitimate software. When I say legitimate software, try to get the software from the vendor. And unlike a few years back, now we have these subscription models. Previously, when you won't use Adobe Photoshop or tools are that expensive, you have to pay the full amount to get the software. But now, almost all the organization, Microsoft to Adobe to Google, everybody uses subscription models. When you want to use the software, you can go and activate your subscription for a month, which would cost about 1,000 to 2,000 rupees. And get your work done, cancel your subscription. And when you want to do it again, do the same. That is way safer than downloading something and having somebody access your device and that person being able to access your bank account or your credit card details and empty it. And second, use the built-in delivery mechanisms. If you're not a techie, refrain from downloading software directly and installing it in your device. Microsoft has Microsoft Store, Google Android has Google Play, Mac iOS has App Store, and if you're a techie, Ubuntu has APT, Fedora, CentOS has Yum. They are decently maintained repositories. They do their safety checks, and they before they put them in there, they are vetted. So to a certain level, we can rest assured they are in good condition, that does not contain any malicious code. So as a non-techie, try your best to stick to those trusted sources and download only from those sources. If you're a techie, if you have to download files directly, usually when there is a file to download, usually the good sites display the hash of the file. So at least do the hash check once you download that, because the file you download might not be the actual one you intend to download. There could be attacks that manipulate the file and inject different malicious code into the file you download. So if you have to download files directly as a techie, at least have the best practice of validating the hash of the file. And do not use pirated software for obvious reasons. And I just explained why using torrent clients are bad. Suhashini?
Thank you, Asantha.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
It's still me. So let's talk about untrusted hardware. So the device on the left, even though it looks massive, it is the size of a USB thumb drive. The left bit, the 4 pins are the connecting parts of the USB. So this little development board, it is called DigiSpark. You can Google it, buy it for, I think, a couple of dollars. You can program this to do whatever you want. If you have done any work with programming, this is a very easy tool to play with, and you could program anything into that, and you could conceal it in a nice enclosure and hand it over to an unsuspecting person who would plug that in their computer, and all the bad code you have included in there will be executed. And the second one is a mobile phone. This particular one is called Pony Express, and you can just Google for Pony Express, and Kali itself has its own version, NetHunter. Those are the 2 popular ones, but there are myriad of unpopular ones out there with small capabilities. Pony Express and Kali NetHunter are the ones loaded with features. So a bad person can have that in their mobile device with loads of tools to attack you. So a friend might ask, can I please have my phone charged in your computer? I lost my adapter or whatever. But what actually happens is that person is executing an attack from their mobile phone into your computer. And if you look at the rightmost picture, those are 2 USB cables, Apple ones, obviously. One came with a iPhone. The other one I bought separately for about $130. Why would I pay that much? Because that one has Wi-Fi range, Wi-Fi capability up to a mile. This one doesn't, up to 300 meters. The new one has the range up to a mile. And what happens is, when you plug this into to your device, either you could have a pre-scheduled code, like in the DigiSpark device I explained, you can have something pre-programmed to execute, or you can have a remote connection to that computer and execute send commands at your will using your mobile phone. So these 3 are just some examples for get you as eye openers that these are few of the bad hardware that are out there. So the one you should be really scared about is the one on the right, is just a USB cable, and the latest version of that is USB-C, which is even smaller and has a mile radius of accepting remote commands from. So when you're plugging things into your device and when you're using somebody else's accessories, please be mindful of that. Next slide, please. So to summarize, yes, I mentioned it again in the previous slides, but it is very important to iterate that do have your antivirus up to date. It will protect you from known bad code. And to the best you can, carry your own accessories, the cables, the chargers. Do not try to rely on or borrow stuff from people. They might not have their best intentions in their heart when they're lending those accessories to you. And when it comes to do not pick up thumb drives, it is a very common attack to have malicious code in thumb drives and drop in front of officers that you want to attack. It is a very common red team tactic. It's a very common bad people tactic too. So one of the unsuspecting people would pick up that and come and plug it into the office device. For all they care, nothing could be in there either to what they can see, but there could be malicious code executing in there. So if you at least pick up a device which was on the floor, do not come home and just plug it in because you have antivirus, because antivirus do protect you from known bad code. If a person is particularly targeting you, they might be using antivirus evasion techniques too. So be very careful when you're plugging USB thumb drives that you do not know the source of, which are not yours. And of course, do not use borrowed accessories for obvious reasons I mentioned. And do not let people charge their phone off of your laptop, because compared to those small devices, mobile phones have a massive amount of processor memory and the capabilities to do harm. So you could be charging their phone, and while it's charging, they could be executing an attack on your laptop. So be very mindful when you're using accessories. Back to you, Suhashini.
Thank you, Lasantha. Moving on, we're coming to the section where we are going to discuss the second main challenge, user awareness. The reason why we have used this comic picture is just to inform the fact that despite all the high-end technologies that a company uses, humans also play a very major role in the security posture of an organization. So the coming slides will discuss on the different challenges that humans would face, which could eventually compromise the security posture of an organization. Let's start off with social engineering. The problem of social engineering is that it exploits human emotions by putting the victim under stress or under urgency. So some of the main approaches that have been used and are being used are listed in the slide right now. What you see right now is basically the cycle followed by an attacker to successfully lure the victim. They start off by doing their necessary research on the target, which could be either the victim or the organization. Well-known sources of information include Facebook, your posts, your organization, maybe even LinkedIn. Anything that they could get their hands off, they would do their research and then engage with the target. Usual scenarios of engaging would be via email, which is called as phishing, or via call, it's called as voice phishing or vishing. They are the two major players right now which are used to engage the target. And then they would create a scenario where they would play the user to obtain the information. We would show an example in the next slides, then you will understand it more. And once they obtain the information, they come up with a very smooth closing so that the victim will not suspect that this is actually a scam. So to explain it further, if you could see this slide right now, it is actually an email, which is a phishing email that targets a very important piece of information that the whole world right now pays very close attention to, the COVID vaccination. So if you can see, this email shares some indications that it could be a scam. For instance, the all caps heading. It highlights a sense of urgency. And then the URLs used in the body. If you pay close attention to the URL in bold, at a glance, it would seem like it is a SurveyMonkey URL. But if you pay very close attention, the E in survey and monkey are not there, meaning that this is not the legitimate SurveyMonkey website, but something else. You can also hover over the link, which you can see right now, and it would show that it is a completely different website, which is basically the malicious or the hacker's bad website. Another indication would be the sender's name or email address. It also could have similar differences, very minute differences that may not be very easy to spot at a glance. And finally, the grammar or the style of writing. There could be instances where the phishing email might seem to be coming from a well-known person. So if you pay close attention, maybe there could be slight differences in the style of writing. So these indicators, if you pay close attention to these indicators, you can sense that this is whether it's a legitimate email or whether it's a scam email. In addition to social engineering, there are some other user mistakes that need to be noted. One major mistake that users do is that they leave their devices unlocked. If you see in the picture on your left, you will notice that the user has left his working laptop open and his pet cat is just casually walking over the keyboard. In case the user is a techie and he is open, let's say, a command prompt to a major critical server, there could be chances that the cat could accidentally type something while walking and it gets entered and it could end up in some critical problem. And the second scenario would be, let's say now that you are working using hybrid working and you might end up working in a cafe. So if you leave the computer unlocked and let's say go to order another cup of coffee, if there is someone who has been observing you, he or she may just casually walk right in front of your screen and go through everything. There was no need for them to compromise your account or do social engineering because you have already given full access to the device. So you have to always make sure to lock your devices when you are moving away from your workstation. And if you check the picture on your right, this is actually a picture of a lady working while going home, or let's say going to the office. And if you pay close attention, you will notice that everyone around her is actually capable of seeing what she is working on. Let's say she is logging into a banking account or their office portal. If the bystanders pay very close attention, they could actually get the username and the password by simply seeing what she's typing. This is called as shoulder surfing. There is another scenario that users need to be very mindful about, is that the documents should be always kept safe and secure when not in use. In this case, if you pay close attention to the bottom part of the picture by the lady, you notice that a sneaky hand is actually trying to steal a sheet of paper, which obviously could have confidential information. And this is also a way that you will lose organizational confidential information. Therefore, you will always need to be very mindful of where you place your documents, be it at home, office, or even outside. Whenever it's not needed, you need to always keep it in a safe place and away from unwanted people from getting hold of it. So to summarize the whole section, users need to always be vigilant and proactive. So let's going back to the email example, then you need to be vigilant of the style of writing as from who to send. And by proactive, we mean the URL, the company. If you're not very sure of it, you please always do a simple Google search and just at least confirm to see whether this is a real organization. Or if you are not sure, just try verifying from someone else. If it's, for example, if it's something that you've received to your office mail, please make sure that you could ask it from the help desk, for instance, to verify before you actually reply. And always only reply to trusted parties. Do not share confidential information out of the company's policy. So what we mean there is basically, let's say you get something official to your personal email. Never share anything office related via personal email. Make sure that you stick to the guidelines provided in the company policies. And to remind you, please make sure that there's always a clean desk wherever you work, and lock your devices when you're going away from your workstations. As for the organizations, they should always periodically make sure that user awareness sessions are given to users, because as humans, we tend to forget. And now that we are working hybrid, it's high time that the user awareness is conducted more efficiently. And apart from that, email security tools, MDM solutions, and data loss prevention solutions, wherever possible, whether it's on-prem or whether you use a SaaS solution, it's always, at most of the companies now have begun using this, but we are highlighting that these are tools and solutions that are used and can be used to monitor user behavior. And finally, implement two-factor authentication so that it would provide better identity assurance as to who is actually logging into your systems. Thank you.
So much, and I hope that it has been a very insightful presentation. It was experiencing this working from home, and the challenges is known to all of us, but thank you for making it very clear in a very simple and a nice manner. So I think we have a few questions. So if you can answer them, please. If can I ask any of the speakers to answer those questions, which is on the chat.
On the chat, let's see.
Right. We have 3 questions in Q&A section. Do we have more, Dallin? Oh.
Sorry, Mr. Lasant, I missed you.
So we have 3 questions in the Q&A section. Do we have
Yes.
other questions elsewhere too?
Just 3, Lasanta, that's all.
Just 3 at the moment. Thank you.
Brilliant. So employee burnout. The scope of this discussion is to how to secure your hybrid environment. Even though it is exciting to go into that topic, unfortunately, this is outside. But you're very true. Employee burnout is a big concern. You do need to look after yourself. So I do not plan to commenting on that further. Because it's outside the scope, and I would like to talk about the take on the open source applications or software. My take on the open source application software is they are brilliant. They are absolutely brilliant. It gives you the opportunity to learn and experiment with things, especially if you're a techie or young programmer or into security stuff, breaking things and putting things together. Open source stuff. Operating systems, applications, they are the best place to start because it gives you the exposure of a functioning operating system or a program, and nobody's telling you, don't do that, don't do that. You can go crazy on those. So as long as you have those installed in your local device, you can experiment with those. So it's very good playground for you, for a techie to start at. But if you are an organization who is serious about using open source application and software, you do need additional controls, because the way currently the open source software organizations make money out of is support. So that's the one concern. Let's say you pay for the support, but where are the requirement to safeguard that these are aligning with our security requirement within the organization? So unless you have a very clearly outlined process set of procedures to bring open source software in, I think it is a very risky approach to be used in an organization. For personal use, it's brilliant and wonderful. And on the question on segregating VLANs, yes, I do agree that is a little bit more techie point. That's why Suhashini mentioned for techies out there, you should be paying attention to do that. But for the normal user, yes, hands down, a normal user might not be in a position to go and segregate the VLANs. We have one more question about what about the website API injection viruses for work from home? Yes, this is exactly the point of not giving the devices to your kid or guests. They might be navigating into websites that they think are okay, or something they have seen in a social media advert. They could be deploying a watering hole attack. So navigating to sites that are not trusted is a considerable risk. Spot on, Ramesh. Okay, there is a question asking what is ransomware and what is malware. Ransomware is a kind of malware. Malware is malicious code that is intended to do bad activities in your computer. Ransomware is a variation of malware which blocks your computer out and blocks your data, and they ask you to pay a ransom to unlock it. 80% of the time, people who log those data don't even know how to unlock it. So paying the ransom would be a very bad idea. The best thing is to not get into a situation like that and keep yourselves protected. I think I have covered the questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lasantha. Thank you so much. We hope that this first session has been quite useful to all of you. So let me take a moment to thank Ankara, CISSP, CCSP, Secretary IC2 Colombo Chapter, Somasundaram, CISSP, member of IC2 Chapter. We thank you so much for your time, and we appreciate the work that has been done. Thank you. We also want to remind our participants who are following us on YouTube, Facebook, and also here, we have 6 exam vouchers giveaway. So that includes the course training plus exam vouchers. Now, we know that there are 130 odd people connected, and we expect more people to be connecting, and it's going to be a bit of challenge. So the exams vouchers will be given right at the end. So probably we've broken down into 2 things. So after the first session, so we have around till 2 o'clock. So towards the end, you would be having a small competition. So the person who gets the highest, am I right, Nilushi?
Yes, and who responds the fastest would...
Fastest and accurate, so both together. So yes, certainly you'll get a chance to win. I mean, each of you will receive a voucher, right, which allows you to be part of a course as well. So we thank you, Cisco Academy, for this. And we also want to remind you that we're giving away certificates to all the participants here, which is again given by Cyber4Dev, one of our sponsors. So thank you for that. So those are the kind reminders to all of you. Please share the link, our Facebook link, and also YouTube to your colleagues out there so that people could watch. It's very useful. And thank you so much. And let me not forget to thank all our sponsors, Nilushi. So that is Cisco Academy, VSIS, Cyber Rangers, Articulate, IC Squared, Daily FT. Thank you so much. It has Huawei, Cyber4Dev, and Delta Spike. We thank you, everyone. So with that, let me another interesting.
Exactly. We shouldn't keep them waiting any longer. So this is our second session for the day. It's establishing privacy and a data protection framework. This is done by Mr. Mohan Chaturanga. Mohan, a good friend. He's the head of data protection and IT governance at Mars Holdings, a cybersecurity leader, a veteran in the industry, I would say. And he's also the co-chair of cybersecurity CSX of SLASCOM. He's got a myriad of qualifications. So he's got CISM, CISA, CDPSC, ITIL, AWS, alongside a lot more. And he's also the membership director of ISACA Sri Lanka chapter. So Mohan, thank you for coming on board for the workshop, and over to you.
Hi, thanks, Nilushi, thanks, Dylan. Hope you can hear me and see me as well.
Yes, you're audible.
All right, thanks.
Mohan, we'll just give you rights to share as well. Just give me a minute. Yes, should be good.
I think I can share now.
Yes.
Can you all see my screen? Is that good?
Yes, it's.
All right. Good morning. Thanks everyone. Thanks SSR for inviting me, and it's a pleasure to be joining here for this session. And to start off with, just thanks for the introduction, Nilushi, and just to give you a quick introduction. So my background is starting from cybersecurity and then moving into privacy and data protection now. So I would like to take this opportunity and give you a quick intro. I think the speakers following me would give you more technical in-depth in terms of the time limitations that we have. But I'll try to give you certain concepts and certain background and where the rationale is coming from to hold of this privacy and establishing data protection framework. So it is a bit new to the Sri Lankan context. I see a lot of traction gaining in the area of privacy and data protection, whereas it has been traditional IT security previously, and now then became cybersecurity, and now we have specializations moving into privacy and data protection as well. So please do drop in your questions, whatever that you come across in terms of the content that I deliver, and I will try to make sure that those will be answered at the end. So to start off with, I just wanted to set context in terms of what we are trying to look into here. So at the start, give me a second. Right. So just to start off with, and everyone in the session, I would like to just take your phone, and if you're using an iPhone, just go to settings, privacy, location services, system services, and significant locations. I would like you all to go there. So for me, it's just straightforward. I've done it several times. To go to privacy and location services, and then the system services right at the bottom. And if you go to the bottom, you'll find the significant locations there as well. So if you're using in Android, I'm not sure how that is there in Android, but if you're using either of the platform, just try to use Google Maps. And when you turn it on the Google Maps and you go and click on your location settings, or rather your profile picture right above the mic mark, you'll see there in the top right corner, and then you can go and click on your timeline. So for me, it's 26th October. The day is there. You can click on the calendar and see on the different dates. So you can just click on it. So anyone who has not set their privacy settings not to track their locations on the background would not see much of data. But anyone who has allowed the location to be shared, you would see the dates that you have been visiting certain places and where you have been in the last month. You can go back years in time and see where you have been. So have you noticed that it has been happening? So that's the first thing. So I think majority of the people who are from the security background, from this audience, might have turned it off or maybe put it on while you use the app, but still you would have seen the history that you have there. So I'm trying to set some context. So this is your data where you have been visiting. So where your travel patterns, where your things, where the places that you visit, it may be your relatives, it may be your friends, and anything as such would be there recorded. Plus any places of interest where it would be have your commercial interest. For example, certain shops, certain boutiques, certain restaurants. So which can be used as a data to monetize, right? So this is a data set that is owned by you, which can be monetized by advertising platform or a person or an individual. I will later touch upon where this would some things where could be used for purposes beyond direct monetization of an individual. So this is one area that I would like to discuss today in terms of privacy. And then of course the other area. So how many times have you been registered to a mobile operator, or how many times have you gone on going to a shop and registered yourself, and then you found out that you keep getting alerts saying that, oh, you got this offer, we got this coming up, you got this coming up, and you might have noticed that sometimes even when you go near that particular shop, that you might be getting those geotagged advertisements or geotagged push notifications. So that is one area. And the next one I would like you to understanding is all this data are a conscious choice that you would have made, and someone would have made monetization, or someone would have used to send you a notification. But this is a patent, so you can search patents in Google. So this is a patent that's been filed in 2017 by Facebook for dynamic eye tracking calibrations. So this is something where if you even don't click, even if you don't use it, even if you don't click or scroll down or slow down on the feed, where your eye is actually being used for in a news feed or a content that you have been looking into. So Facebook currently claims that it's not being used in the algorithm yet. So this is something that would be, this is a data set which you would not even know what that is. Right. So this is one other data set. And in terms of business dynamics, I just want to give some context from the organization that I come from an apparel industry example. So there would be Michael Jordan, or there may be people who are buying different apparels, lingeries out there in US or UK. Now online, not knowing that sometimes those will be directly made and shipped from Southeast Asia, somewhere in Southeast Asia. So that data would be transferred across the globe. The sizes that you request, the models that you request, your home address, your preferences, your buying patterns would be transferred across the globe to the other side of the world for making certain different purchases. Plus, so allowing yourself to be profiled in terms of some of the preferences. So I just wanted to give you some context in terms of data usage in the world, and how does that connect with the personal data domains. So you might notice, so the essence coming from here is that your personal data, some things which are relevant to your behavior, something which are relevant to your preferences, something which are relevant to your personal life, could be of use for different purposes, different commercial interests. And it is out there right now being used. So when an economy is like that is formed, what do we mean by privacy? So I'll just quickly walk through this area. So it boils down to three concepts. So how we boil down to those three concepts is, one is secrecy. So that means not letting others know what you want to do. So secrecy is something that you come up in a blog post and you comment, and sometimes even people have fake profiles even for to go and make some comments regarding where they don't want to disclose their original identity. And then the confidentiality is saying that, so you don't want this particular data set to be exposed to someone. So that's because of your secrecy. So that's a fundamental trait of a human being. And then you have the anonymity. You might be expressing that view. You want that view to be expressed. You want that comment to be posted, but you do not want yourself to be identified as the physical individual. But your opinion need to be there. I'll give you a classic real world example is where you cast your vote, right? So your vote is actually casted anonymized. It is verified that you are an actual person, but your actual preference is, transferred via through anonymity. And the other thing is I talked about the whole promotions, the data campaigns, and profiling and everything that happens. The other attribute is the solitude. So people want to be left alone. So a collection of this is what we call as privacy. So when it comes to digital formats, what you need to happen is the confidentiality, the access management, the encryption, how it works in the domains of secrecy. So that means that the information is protected. And sometimes you want to anonymize, pseudonymize, or mask the data where certain set of data fields would be visible, but the actual personal data would be masked. So for an example, you're doing a survey, you might be collecting the information of the individual in order to validate or in order to authorize, authenticate that it's people within your organization who have participated in the survey, but you might not be taking the name and personally identifiable information to form the opinion that you want to form through the survey. So that's anonymity. And solitude is that the whole consent management that we do online buying and go to online sites and all that. So we want to buy that, but we want to be left alone. So we don't want unnecessary a push or an unnecessary information to be coming us along. No, we don't want people to be bugging us. Sometimes when you do make an online purchase, every time when they have done the Google ads and Facebook ads, everywhere you go, you see the same brand. So you might not need that. So that's solitude. So these fundamental areas of privacy brought into online world, that's how primarily it looks like. But if you look at privacy in a larger sense, before moving into data protection, so there's areas of bodily privacy, protection against invasive procedures that you don't want people to get close to you. And in terms of territory, there's privacy. You don't want people, coming into your house uninvited. And of course, in terms of communications and correspondence. But the focus for us is on the data privacy. So how do we ensure the qualities that we discussed before gets transferred into the data sets that we use? So when we talk about data privacy, so just want to give you a bit of a context in terms of how this whole area would work, is that the traditional business model, the traditional way that we have been working in business have changed. So for an example, even if you look at Airbnb, it does not own real estate. If you look at Alibaba or Amazon, it does not have any inventory. So Facebook does not have any content, and the Uber does not have any of the transportations, right? So in here, one of the areas is that why we want to think like that is, so where is that content coming from? So where is that? So that is all the data that's been developed on the platform, right? So this data, some of it, I'm not saying that everything, some of it is owned by certain individuals. So how do you derive a process where the real value or to that data is being given? And the other thing is that the interest of the individual is kept intact, and the safety and the safeguarding of that particular individual's information is kept intact. So how do you achieve that? So for an example, If you look at Airbnb, all the owners would have made $1 billion out of it, right? So how do we come to that while you don't own the content, while you don't own the inventory, right? So the idea is that then your information is being sold. Your ID could be your buying patterns, either it could be your data that you use, the personal data that you're using, your contact information, things like that, how it has been used. So the other example that I wanted to discuss with you is this information can be used in a different format as well. So one example I would say is, I told you that there could be sales pitches that are coming alone. There could be someone trying to sell you something, but there are things above and beyond that as well going on when you look at in terms of personal data and how the cyber sovereignty and the delusion of choice when you look at. I'll give you a quick example and walk you through that. So what area is that? If you can remember, in 2016, Facebook was accused where the election was rigged and election was biased. And there has been a study which was conducted against this campaign to understand, and it was revealed that there was Russian propaganda leading to posts related to immigration and race and gun rights in a pro campaign done towards that, where it would naturally the residents would feel that these campaigns are done by the population that they live in with. For an example, so Americans think that actually American opinion is driven towards this, but whereas the advertising and the propaganda is driven by external countries. So this is a classic example where actual data and content platforms can be manipulated and whereas the impact is not just you get an impact of your secrecy or an individual's anonymity or individual solitude, but rather an entire country's sovereignty. So that is why where this whole cyber sovereignty comes in. And even if you look at recent Ireland abortion law, there were American pro-life groups who were trying to promote these adverts into Ireland and try to manipulate the outcome. So whereas the pro-life groups are promoting their ads and campaigns in Ireland, and actually Islanders would think that that is their own community's opinion, where it is not, right? So Facebook actually got involved and then stopped that. So why I want to highlight this too is that sometimes even in Sri Lankan context, when it comes to cyber sovereignty, the data input. So for an example, even in a Sri Lankan election, there could be international interferences, whereas an ad campaign where I think in Sri Lanka, the CPC, the cost per click is somewhere around 0.03 cents. So someone could invest money and do a propaganda to Sri Lanka to drive their own agenda in terms of driving people's opinion, right? So right now, content platforms like Facebook, they do drive this out. So they do work it out. They do work with election commissions and moderate who is advertising on a particular country as such. So what I'm trying to say here is that data protection is not only the set of personal data that you're trying to protect, and the privacy and data protection expands where it moves into cyber sovereignty, how to control information, what's the right flow of information into those domains as well. And one other example is that the delusion of choice. I just wanted to know that. So sometimes I know all of you go and adjust your Facebook settings to put public, friends and friends only and all that. Have you ever seen advertisers there? I don't think so. So it's not friends of friends or anything of that, but you don't have a setting for advertisers. So yes, of course, it might not be your personal data, but rather an anonymized set of data because Facebook is complying with GDPR. Whereas I'll give an example. As an advertiser, I can advertise saying that people who are having the birthday in October, right? But I can't target a person, but I would be targeting a group of people. So that's why they anonymize data. So that's how they use it. But still, I can target a set of people. but you don't have a choice saying that that data will not be given to the advertisers. So that's not how a platform works. That's not how they make money. So the dilution of choice is that, so when people do this kind of say that, okay, I don't want the harassment, but I want the convenience. I'll give an example. On my birthday, I don't want a lot of ads to be coming to me or people talking to me and asking whether do you want to go for a dinner. But if I have a favorite restaurant or a hotel, I would like them to be offering me a 50% off. So, but without using your data as a subject, to from the platform, you would not be able to get, you can't choose either of it. Either you share your birthday, either you do not share your birthday. So these are some of the dilution of choice that is out there on the platforms. So all these need to be considered when you are designing end consumer solutions. Plus, as an organization, when you organize your data in terms of how to set up certain controls. So primarily around the world, even if you have GDPR or even if you look at ASEAN standards stemming down from Vietnam to Singapore to Indonesia, even India, what we're drafting and what is in Sri Lanka, which is drafted, have the kind of the core pretty much the similar in a way. So I'll discuss about the core, what a protection framework or a legislation need to have in terms of protecting against these areas. But the cyber sovereignty, I know it's a topic for a different day maybe, but rather I would rather focus on the privacy and the data protection today. So principles that wherever an organization need to have where store data or process data or provide services where they personally identifiable data is involved. Few things is like purpose limitation. For an example, I go to a shop, I buy a car, and they should not be sharing that information with a third party which provides spare parts where they can talk to me. So my purpose of sharing that is for me to buy a car. So let's not. So the purpose of information widely shared is important for all the consumers. So within the platform, when you design the platform, it's important that a data set is designed in a way in a database architecture that where is you can have a customer primary key based approach where you can remove the data and database schemas and the hierarchies are designed in a way that you can remove and add and delete data with the reference of a customer. So that's an important piece. And then, of course, the lawfulness in processing. So that means you have a legal right to process. That means that particular person either is interested in your businesses, either is a working customer, or either a sales lead or a prospect. So there is a requirement for that. For an example, you cannot, if you are a car manufacturer and a car seller, you cannot go to a hospital and ask for a patient list and try to do a promotion there, because that does not connect at all. It does not should have a local processing base. And in terms of accuracy, you cannot be using my old data to process. So as a consumer, so you to make sure that the information is accurate. For an example, highly unlike I have not come across. I've used a mobile phone, say the same number for a long time, but people who have changed their phone numbers have often noticed that they'll be getting promotions which are not relevant to them, because the old databases, the SMS databases or the promotion databases were using that particular old number. That person might have been a medical representative. Now the new person is an IT person, but you might be getting those alerts yet. So data minimization focuses about how to minimize the data. So now most of the databases and the CRMs, customer relationship management tools, are now designed in a way that you would only take the data that is relevant to you. Some time back, even banks were asking about your blood type to get a loan. That doesn't happen that way because that's not relevant. So data minimization is there. And integrity and confidentiality, that's the whole security piece that we talk about. So that's an important piece. And the storage limitations. How long do you want to stay and where would you stay? How long do you want to store, rather, where do you want to store? So that's an important piece. And the other two important pieces are the data protection impact assessment. It's more like look like a risk assessment, and then you have the data protection officers, the roles and responsibilities coming up, and you need to set them up correctly. So currently I'm working as a data protection officer. I have a data protection. Am I not audible? I can change my.
Yes, Mohan.
We can hear you now.
You can hear me now?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine.
All right. Yes, thanks. I hope, I mean, in the interest of time, I'll continue. I'm not go back in time. So the privacy by design is mostly into how those technologies are being made and how those uh, lags and system designs happen at a very early stage, data masking, encryption, and even at the privacy by design, how the roles and responsibilities, I mean, the role authorization, all these things come into play. And incident management is also an important piece, whereas how quickly can you go back and inform the data subject. So this is more into the data subjects and moving from an organization point of view, whereas these two areas, which are very important, is from a customer point of view, where how do you manage the consent. So there are a lot of solutions that are coming up. A lot of organizations use them. I don't want to mention the commercial names, but you from the website you might have seen the cookies, from the consent, from the data usage and all that. So how to manage them? So from an HTML5 header to scripts to running on the front end, and maybe then the data subject rights piece is about right to rectification, right to modification, right to deletion, and portability and all that areas. So the organization data which is stored relevant to all these consumers need to be aligned in a way that it would have these portability requirements designed. So I won't go into technicalities of it in the interest of time. I just wanted to give you the last thing about the privacy paradox. So this is what the essence of it is, as I previously mentioned. The right balance of giving the consent and not giving the consent is a balance of risk and benefits, right? So sometimes you might like the convenience of all the adverts and all the promotions being pushed to you, whereas at the expense of your privacy. So you would like it, some people don't, but it's a choice that you need to make, and all the platforms that you build need to embed that option of giving that choice to the consumers. So that's the key message that I want to talk about. Maybe the speakers following me would take you through the detailed conversations related to the technicalities. So I'd like to take, I know I'm a bit over time. I'd like to take 3, 4, 5 minutes to take up any questions if you have. Nelusi, do we have any questions?
Mohan, just give us a minute. We're checking. Just give us a minute. No questions yet, so we'll give them about a minute to post if they have any.
All right, sure, will do. So please do share any questions related to this and anything that you'd like to know regarding the data protection and privacy area.
Mohan, it looks like you've been very clear and they don't have any questions. Okay, there's one question that has come up.
All right.
Can you explain the role of cognitive hacking in terms of impact to privacy? Is the question. Can you explain the role of...
Sorry, I don't see the question. Can you repeat that, please, Nelusi?
Can we post that again on the chat to everyone? Thank you.
Can you explain the role of cognitive hacking in terms of impact to privacy? It's a bit of a tricky question, I believe.
Cognitive hacking, is it?
Yeah, cognitive hacking.
All right, so I think it's a broad area. Would like to have another day to discuss that. But the impact to privacy, yes, of course, there's an impact to privacy. But the cognitive hacking practices might not be widely used in terms of large audiences right now. But I think there is a area that the simplest answer is yes, there's a privacy impact. So because the data sets, so that's why I said the data set is not always your personal data or your birthdays or your phone number or nothing like that. So data sets could be behavioral patterns leading up to non-cognitive data sets related to yourself. So for an example, I subconsciously might be looking at certain images. I subconsciously might be looking at certain areas where actually I don't have interest, but in my subconscious mind I would know that. So that's an area that that someone can hack into. So for an example, if an algorithm looks into myself for 30 days or 40 days or 60 days, might figure out that there is a personal trait in me that is not there. So for an example, that's how some of the election campaigns would be rigged and hacked. So the psychological message that is going out there is targeted not by the principals or election campaign, but rather by different research data that people will be prone to click and prone to like. And yes, of course, it has a very great impact in terms of privacy, but it's a very hard area to capture as well. So that is some of the areas that Facebook has been alleged of. And yes, there's a lot of development that need to happen on that area, but of course there is impact to privacy.
Thank you, Mohan. We have a few questions that have come in. So the next one is, are we able to measure and demonstrate compliance with global data privacy regulations? Are we able to measure and demonstrate compliance with global data privacy regulations? Sri Lanka.
All right. Right. So we are picking up the last one from Viraj Mahanam. Can you let me know what are the... Is that the one? I'm sorry, I'm looking at some questions.
Ramesh Gamage, Mohan.
Ramesh Gamage, are able to measure the demonstrate compliance with global data privacy regulations. Yes, we do. So as an organization, even at MAS, we are measuring ourselves against GDPR. So it's not a certification. It's how you measure yourselves. In order to do that, what we have done is we have identified certain KPIs, key performance indicators, whether areas of implementation are successful or not, whether the particular article sets, the activities that we have done internally are there or not, and whether things like consent management, data protection, and things like ROPA, recording of processing activities. So whether the departments or whether teams have conducted them. So we have assigned KPIs. So you can measure yourself, and of course you can request an external expert to come back and validate them as well. So that's, yes, that can be done. And the next one I'm picking up, Arshad Rifa, how DP context locally is operational in Sri Lanka compared to the global standard. We are very new to the domain. So countries like UK have been evolving in this domain for about 30 years. So data protection and privacy laws, that's primarily dependent on the fact that privacy to be considered as a fundamental right first in an in a community, where then it becomes into data protection laws. So I think that's the barrier that we're trying to overcome in Sri Lanka. The privacy as a fundamental right has not evolved as a right for long, but we have started the journey. The DP context is now there. Compared to global standards, no, we have a long way to go. But we have started the journey. Hopefully we'll have the data protection act coming along and starting the pace up. Can you let me know what are the requirements to implement a DP framework in SME? Any standards, best practices, or benchmarks? I think even though it's an SME or not, if we are talking about the completeness, I think GDPR is a good place to start off with. And what you need to do is understand the maturity. So even if you're doing ROPA, record of processing activities, what level do you want to go into? And first activity is that understand and do a gap analysis and do a data discovery. There are many tools that you can do a data discovery with. Go ahead and do a data discovery and try to understand your exposure. If you do not store a lot of personally identifiable data, so you start small. So if your exposure is high, where sensitive personal identifiable information is there, and different categories of personally identifiable is there, and different regions, so that's the critical and that's the most hardest part to capture if you are a local SME, because there are different jurisdictional legislations. If you look at Singapore, if you look at China, if you look at Eastern Europe, if you look at UK, if you look at US, different jurisdictions and different legislations that you need to comply with. So that's why I said sometimes it's easier to start off with a GDP, something like GDPR, where you have the fundamentals covered, the data subset access rights, the consent management, the principles, the data protection principles, and you have impact assessments done, and you have the privacy security control set up. So that's the pretty much the highlight that you need to stick to. But GDPR is a good place to start off with. Yeah. And please do share any questions even afterwards. I think the team will forward that to me and I'll be able to share those answers back to you as well. Hope I have answered all the questions. All good.
Thank you, Mohan. Thank you for that informative presentation. And I think you did justice to the questions as well. So thank you very much for coming on board again and for representing ISACA Sri Lanka chapter. And we'd like to thank ICC for in collaboration with ISACA for coming on board with us for this workshop. So with that, I'd like... Thanks. Right, so Darwin.
So what we have next is an approach to securing data privacy. I mean, Mohan spoke about privacy, but still we have another person come. That is none other than Lashan Vikramasekara. Hi, Lashan. So he's a CDPSC, C-Risk, CISM and CISA, and mainly Secretary ISACA Sri Lanka chapter. So with that, let me warmly welcome you, Lashan. It's an interesting thing, and we all hear from you. Thank you.
Thanks. Can I get the share option?
Sure, just give us a minute.
Sure.
You're good to go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can you guys see my screen?
Yet. Yeah, we can see it.
Okay. So thank you again, everyone. And so let me start today's session. So it's an approach for securing data privacy. So I think Mohan was giving you everyone a clear idea of what is privacy is, and in a customer's perspective as well as from an organization's perspective, what's actually need to be looked at, and the risks and everything. So what I'll be going ahead with would be an approach on an organizational perspective on securing the data privacy. So again, just a brief of what is not captured earlier. So I'm actually the information security manager for CISO, that is the financial sector computer security incident response team in Sri Lanka. I have about 10 years of experience and multiple certifications. So enough about me, and let me just go ahead and give you the outline. So we'll look into a little bit again more into definitions of what is privacy and so on and so forth. We'll cover today's target, what we are trying to achieve, importance elements, and also let's look at our approach so we can use it to our organization. Beforehand, again, I have to remind you, so this is one of the approaches that is available. There can be multiple. So first of all, look into the definitions. So data privacy, as Mohan also explained earlier, means how the users will be looking at about their data, and about how the processing of the data, what's the use of it, how the data is storage, and so on and so forth about their personal information. Data protection would be the protection of privacy rights respect to the processing of personal data in an organization point of view. Data security is although like protection is also sort of a synonym to security, but it's not in this case. So means the protection of the data and the data processing systems from unauthorized access, use, disclosure, disruption, modification, or destruction in order to provide confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So how you define
Hi, everyone. I think there is a bit of a technical glitch from Loshan's end, but he will be back with us shortly. So please bear with us. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our speaker is encountering a bit of a technical issue. So what we'll do is we'll break for coffee, tea, refresh yourselves, and what we'll do is we'll hopefully start at about 10:55.
So stay here with us.
Stay here with us for sure. We'll see you again at 10:55. Thank you so much.
We also want to remind you that we will be having a quiz at the end of the first half of the session. So that'll questions, MCQs, and which is somewhat straightforward. What is important is whoever gets the answers right, and speed versus accuracy, both together.
Both together.
Yeah.
Combination.
Combination. So you will have chances to win a certificate, an exam voucher, which is given out by Cisco Academy. So there are 3 prizes to given away. So the best 3 of them will certainly have a chance to take them home.
For sure. So we're hoping to have 2 sets of questions. So the first would be at the end of the first segment, I would say. Dalan, that's a 2.
Now that's at, yes, let me just give me a moment. And I think first session is, we finish at 12, sorry. We finish at 12. So even, let's say we finish with all questions 12:30. As soon as we're done with the last session, let's put it this way. So transit 4, that's decoding the role of CISO. And so once that is done, what we'll do is we'll go with questions. So please be ready. So if you have friends who have still not joined, please ask them to join. And please note that the certificates only will be given to participants who have logged in. Just want to remind you. And thank you. Hi, everyone. There's a small change of plans. Unfortunately, Loshan is experiencing some technical difficulties from his end. And certainly it's unavoidable, Niloshi. It's beyond our control, certain things. But what we can do is we have spoken to Shehan Savio, who has come on board, and he's meant to start at
He'll be starting his session at
11. So probably.
Thank you, Shehan. Thank you for coming on. Sorry about the mix-up in the schedule, but thank you for coming on board with us. So guys, I'll have 3 more minutes to enjoy your tea or coffee. We'll see you guys at 11. Thank you so much for understanding. Back, and now we have a presentation by Shehan Sabio Pereira, CISSP CISA. He's the treasurer of IC Squared Colombo chapter. And we also have on board Kasunatha Pattu, ISSP CISA, member of IC Squared Colombo chapter. And they will be talking about decoding the role of a Chief Information Security Officer or a CISO and the regulatory requirements of Sri Lanka as well. So Shehan and Kasun, over to you.
Thank you, Niruji. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible, and we can see your screen. Shehan.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you very much, SLZ, for inviting us in terms of conducting these workshops. So, during this session, as you all mentioned, we'll be focusing on CISO role. And we have divided this session into 2 parts. First of all, I'll be talking on CISO role, and after that, Kasun will be taking over and will explain about the regulatory requirements related to CISO and international industry standards. So let me start with a question. Who is responsible for information security within your organization? Appreciate if you can unmute yourself, and can someone give me an answer? So who is basically responsible for information security within your organization? Is
Shehan, they're not allowed to unmute themselves, but they can definitely post their answers through chat.
Okay. So I can see some of the members are sending answers. So yes, of course, every staff member is responsible for information security within your organization. That's not only CEO, not only board of directors, not only CISO or the CISO. So it's a collective effort. Everybody has to contribute towards the information security posture of the organization. Otherwise, that will be very difficult in terms of maintaining the security posture within the organization. So let's dive into the learning objectives within this session. So we will be covering definition, CISO mind map, CISO sourcing strategy, map. I'll explain what is map, which is again a strategy, capability maturity model, security team assessment, and finally, Kasun will be touching on regulatory requirements and international standards. So as a definition, what is information security officer? Or as a role. So CISO is the senior level executive within an organization who is responsible for establishing and maintaining enterprise-wide information security vision, strategy, and program. So during which the CISO will implement technical controls, administrative controls, and physical controls. There are many controls that he needs to implement. Apart from that, he has to ensure the information assets and technologies that are adequately protected from internal and external threats as well. So, which is kind of a vast area. And if you really look at the role, so there are a lot of responsibilities lies within the CISO. So let's move into the CISO mind map. So you can see the number of areas. So it's kind of a beehive. So all the components are interconnected with each other. For an example, let's say if governance control is missing, then all the related areas within governance will have a huge impact. Likewise, CISO role is connected with many components and all together work in terms of meeting the requirement. So for time being, and due to the time constraint, I'll be focusing only on governance, architecture, frameworks, security operations, education, and risk assessment. As you all can see, there are a couple of other areas and a couple of blank areas as well. So we will be not touching during the session. So let's dive in. Architecture. We are going to take a look at architecture because it's been my personal experience that the architecture is your foundation. You have to make sure that all laid out correctly and precisely. So where the individual pieces of solutions are going to fit in and are they defendable? So when it comes to attack or when it comes to a particular requirement, whether the implemented controls will play as we expected. So this is something similar to building a house. So the first thing you want to do is get that architecture done because it's going to be the frame that you are going to hang everything on it. So as similar to building a house, we should have a proper plan. Plumbing, roofing, ceiling, paint, everything has to be precise. So otherwise, without having a proper architecture, it is not possible to achieve the ultimate goal. So that is architecture. Frameworks. You can see on the slide, there are many frameworks. These are related to management, but in related to information security, so many frameworks exist. ISO 27001, ISO 31000, NIST, COVID, you name it. There are dozen of different frameworks. So everybody has got a framework and they all serve a specific purpose. So regardless of the industry, you're going to have a framework. So framework, the other key area is framework may have 101 controls or 101 control objectives, different requirements. So it's impossible for you to implement all those control objectives in each framework. It's just not possible. So what you're going to do is pick and choose the control objectives from the frameworks that fit in the architecture, which we described earlier. And you have to place those controls according to the requirement. So in other words, we need to customize it based on the requirement. So Kasun will briefly talk about different frameworks at the latter stage of the session. We'll move into the governance. Governance committee does many things for you. Actually, governance is a good thing. I know personally, and I have heard from many people, they don't like governance. Why? Sometimes it may be challenging. So it's how you dial in all your architecture and all your frameworks and all your control objectives. How you use your risk assessments so that you are present in the governance committee with the really crisp, clean picture of what you're doing with their investments. So they have hired you as a CISO in terms of securing the organization. So they are spending millions of dollars. So you need to prove them what you're doing is correct. So all good things to know. So you need to make sure that your CIA triad is intact. So you have got to make sure that the governance committee understands it, which is a critical thing. They should understand each one of those components. If they can't understand, then that's where the challenge comes. So you want to make sure that they understand what you are doing in the organization in terms of uplifting the security posture. And one more thing, in terms of governance, with one line, you can't have a clear picture or clear story. There should be two lines. One is the current level and the second line is expected level. So that is the baseline. So current level and the baseline represent the gap. And as long as you are minimizing the gap, so you will have a good opportunity in terms of governance committee. Risk assessment. So you are going to do a risk assessment on the whole organization, and that dials back into the framework which you are using. It could be ISO 27001 based, or it could be separate risk management framework, or ISO 31000. It could be anything. And again, those are linked back to the control objectives. So that's why I mentioned at the early stage, at the architecture, you may have several control objectives. So you need to customize those control objectives in terms of meeting within the organization requirements. So you are going to identify risks, and you are going to identify how you are going to eliminate those risks through taking corrective actions, or in other words, mitigating them. You are going to do all these things under the auspices of governance committee. So that's why I mentioned at the early stage when I explained mind map. So all these elements are interconnected. So it's the key area. Next, move into security operations. I know that most of you are familiar with security operations, but here I'm going to touch a different aspect. So one of the primary items is to make sure that business continuity and disaster recovery are taken care of. our ultimate goal is to have business continuity. So that is the ultimate objective of the business. The business should survive, irrespective of the attack, irrespective of the circumstances during. Now we are in a pandemic situation. So business continuity. So that is a crucial element. So the recovery point objectives, recovery time objectives, your maximum allowable downtimes, all those are the things that you are going to draw in and report to governance committee. So those are the key areas to remember. Apart from that, under security operations, you are having 24/7 operating SOC operation and vulnerability management program and threat intelligence. So there are so many components. I'll discuss those in the next slide. Threat intelligence. Threat intelligence, it feeds the command from multiple sources. So we are constantly getting threat intelligence at the SOC. So we are almost overwhelmed by threat intelligence. But as I mentioned earlier, vulnerability management. So we do conduct internal and external vulnerability management. So we combine these two together within the organization and make determinations, or we take decisions what to prioritize. So based on the current resources, we may not be able to close all the vulnerabilities at once. Based on the threat intelligence, we identify what are the most critical vulnerabilities, what are the most exploitable vulnerabilities within the industry during this period based on the threat intelligence. Then we focus on that. So when the media goes crazy over ransomware attack or any exploit or any compromise, then you have already taken care of those areas based on the threat intelligence. So you might be able to tell the governance committee, that's not really a problem. We have already taken care of it. So because you have already done your part. Education, which is a crucial element within the current context. Well, in the world that we live in as information security professionals, you and your team needs to have proper professional education or professional qualifications. This is why all these industry certifications are important, such as CISSP, CGSP, CISM, OACP, no, you name it. There are so many information security, cybersecurity related certifications. And also there are a couple of master's program also available in terms of uplifting your educational qualification. So this is why we have to train constantly. And one key element is we are thorough with all the technical know-how. We have completed our masters, we have completed all our professional qualifications, but there is a lacking component, which is business understanding. So I have seen in many professionals, they don't understand the business. That is the key challenge as technical people or as information security professionals. They don't understand the business. So as information security professionals, we need to understand the business and business requirement. Without the business, there is no job for us to do. So therefore, we need to have a balance between the information security and the business requirement. That is a key element. Just think over that. And I don't want to touch on that area in detail. Just think on that. Let me divert to sourcing strategy. So this is from the perspective of the organization, how the organization is going to have a CISO So I would like to propose two solutions. One is incubate, other is off the shelf. What is incubate? So within the organization, we identify a potential candidate who the organization can groom to take up the next CISO role, which is an option. I'll explain what are the pros and cons in terms of these few strategies. So one is incubate, the other is off the shelf. Off the shelf, I have identified two options. One is recruit from the industry who has necessary skills, experience, and qualifications. The other one is virtual. Virtual, what is it? So we outsource CISO operation, or we obtain CISO as a solution, or CISO as a service from a third-party security consulting firm or security firm. In order to exactly identify which sourcing strategy to follow, I have identified few factors to be discussed. So based on the organizational policies, based on the organizational requirements, especially based on the compliance and regulatory requirement, so the sourcing strategy may differ. So one organization may go for the incubate option, while other organization may choose recruit, while virtual also as an option. So let me go through the factors. Time. Under incubate, it will take 2 to 3 years. So initially, the organization need to identify a potential candidate who has the potential to take up the ladder and to become the next CISO. It will take 2 to 3 years, maximum 5 years. So you need to provide all the trainings, all the resources in terms of uplifting his skills. Recruit, it will take 3 to 6 months because we need to prepare a job advertisement and publish, and then screen the potential candidates and onboard them. So again, it will take 3 to 6 months. Virtual, or obtain CISO as a service, it will take 1 to 3 months because you need to develop a RFP with all your requirements and publish it and obtain quotations based on the preference. You can select a firm. Cost. Under incubate, it's low because you don't need to spend a huge salary at once. So you're focusing on selecting someone at a lower stage and uplifting their skills. So the cost is low. Recruit, the cost is moderate because you need to spend some good amount of money in terms of onboarding them. And virtually, it's high. I'll explain why under CISO as a service, why the cost is high under the next few factors. Resourcefulness. Under incubate, resourcefulness is moderate, where he needs to acquire a few qualifications. He needs to complete few of the academic side as well as experience. He needs to obtain experience. Under recruit, again, which is moderate, but he may have several years of experience. He may have several qualifications in different industries, likewise, which is moderate. But in virtual, resourcefulness is high. Why? Because we are not going to hire an individual under virtual. We are going to hire a firm. So under a firm, there will be a couple of resources available for us in terms of meeting the requirement. So for an example, one may be a pen tester or vulnerability management expert. He will be giving us the input as a technical side. There might be a governance perspective individual. He will be giving us the support in terms of policy development, management, likewise. As such, different individuals will play the role of CISO in virtual environment. So because of that, the resourcefulness is high, and because of that, the cost also high, because we are hiring a firm, not an individual. Cultural fit and the incubate. So the cultural fit is high because that person is involved within the organization for several years. The person knows in and out of the organization. The person know all the processes. So cultural fit is pretty much high. Recruit, it will take 3 to 6 months to fit into the organization, similar to the virtual option as well. Retainability. Under incubate, retainability, retain the resources within the organization is high, because the organization is the one who is giving him a career opportunity and building the skills. So the resource might be pretty much loyal to the organization. So he may retain compared to recruit option within the organization. Recruit option, moderate, based on the person, he may decide to stay for a couple of years, or again, which depends. So that's why I identified as moderate. Under virtual, retainability is high. Why? As long as the organization sends the check, they will be providing the service. Qualifications. Incubate, low to moderate. So again, down the line, he needs to start from somewhere and start building his qualifications. Recruit, he may have acquired several qualifications. He may have some sort of experience. So moderate. Virtual, moderate to high, because it is not an individual. It's a firm which has many individuals. So qualifications, moderate to high. Experience, incubate, low to moderate. Recruit, moderate to high. He may have number of years of experience, for an example, 6 to 10 years, such as. So when it comes to virtual, again, number of experience. Once we total the number of experience with the number of individuals who will be involved within the engagement, so the experience will be high. Other aspect is risk of information disclosure. So the risk is low when it comes to incubate, because mainly of the loyalty. He knows all the processes in and out. So he may be, the resource may not be able to disclose any of the information. When it comes to recruit, moderate, there is a moderate risk. Why? We don't know the person. So we don't know the actual motive. Because of that, there is a moderate risk of information disclosure. When it comes to virtual, the risk is low, because we are going to sign up with a consultancy firm where we sign all the agreements with non-disclosure agreement clauses, and the organization itself sign NDA clauses with their employees who will be engaging with us. So because of that, risk is low when it comes to virtual. So I'm highlighting again, based on the company, based on the organization, policies, preferences, mainly regulatory and compliance requirement, the sourcing strategy can be different. So organization can think on the areas, the 3 options, and decide which option to follow. So let me take you all to another question. Why it is important to have an information security strategy? What do you all think? Why it is important to have an information security strategy? You all can send the answers through chat. So I'll start explaining. Easy to get budget approval, because the information security strategy has already been approved by the management. So we have their buying. So they will support all the budgetary approvals, easy to get budget approvals. Second, helps to identify the starting and end point. Information security strategy itself play as a key performance indicator. It will show where we have started and where are we now. If there is a gap, then there is a improvement. If we can't see a gap, that means something is wrong somewhere. You need to go back and plan accordingly to identify the issue. Easy to manage information security tactical plans. Tactical plans in the sense, information security strategy may have different objectives. So we may be able to tick one by one in terms of meeting those requirements. Easily manage regulatory and compliance requirement. Information security strategy will give a huge weight on regulatory requirements and compliance requirements, because otherwise there will be a couple of challenges. For example, penalties, regulatory challenges will come into the picture. So we can easily manage regulatory requirements and compliance requirements. So the answer is E, all of the above. So now let me take you all to strategy. So we need to have a map. What is map? Measure, assess, and plan. That is the acronym of MAC. So it's a very simple strategy. We, as a CISO, you will be spending the first 30 days measuring the organization. I'll explain how you are going to measure during the next slide. So you need to understand the organization, where you are. Next, you will take the next 60 days to assessing. So what is the current level? Once you get down to 90 days, 30 plus 60, 90 days, from there you are going to plan it. So this is not a one-time task. This is a journey where you need to start from somewhere and you need to plan it and create a plan, a sound plan where you can measure all the performances, whether you can achieve those plans. Likewise, it could be a practical plan. So this is where we are going to start. And when it comes to measuring or assessing, you can use a capability maturity model. So based on your understanding, you can speak to the respective people and identify current level of the organization. There are, in this particular capability maturity model, there are 5 levels, starting from initial, second level is managed, third level defined, 4 quantitatively managed, 5 continually improving. So based on the current level of the organization, you identify the exact level of the organization. Then through the assessing, as I explained earlier, through assessing, you will be identifying what are the options that you have in terms of achieving a higher level. For, let's say, currently your organization is at level 3, that is defined. Then you need to have plans in terms of achieving level 4. So likewise, you need to have a proper and sound information security strategy. And one other key area is security team assessment. So as CISO, you are not going to play the CISO role alone. You may need a team of people. Otherwise, you will be tiring yourself in terms of doing all the tasks alone. You should have a team of members to support. So under security team assessment, what you're going to do is you're going to list down all your team members' names. For an example, A, B, C, D. You have 4 members. You will be listing down all 4 team members' names and their respective areas. For an example, vulnerability and pen tester. First one. Second one is a SOC manager. Third one, governance team lead. And fourth one could be yourself. Likewise, the respective areas has to be listed down. Then you need to identify what are the skills, necessary skills that they should have in terms of performing their expected job. So you're going to rate them from 0 to 10 whether they actually possess the skills that we expect from them. For an example, let's say SOC manager, he needs to well verse on SIEM solutions, correlation technologies, and other related areas. If he is lacking any part of the area, then you need to rate them. For an example, 6. Then you need to develop a plan to achieve that desired level. So with that, you can uplift the information security team skills. Otherwise, you will be forcing yourself and you will be expecting a lot from your team members. Unfortunately, team is not capable of performing or giving you the desired outcome. So again, as CISO, we need to look after our team and provide necessary training, necessary skill uplifting opportunities in terms of growth. I know this is just a brief session on decoding the role of a CISO. So IAC Squad Colombo chapter will be organizing a series of sessions on decoding the role of a CISO. There'll be 5 to 6 sessions focusing on different areas. For an example, on particular session, we'll be only focusing on qualifications, how to achieve qualifications, what are the options, likewise. Then the next session would be how to develop a sound strategy. Next session would be how to conduct a practical risk assessment and risk treatment plan. Likewise, different a series of sessions will be organized by IC Colombo chapter. So I would like to invite you all to stay tuned with Colombo chapter. So you can like Colombo chapter, IC Squad Colombo chapter Facebook page. And we do have a LinkedIn group as well. You can send your request for that particular LinkedIn group. On top of that, we have a Colombo chapter web page. So you can subscribe to that as well. So stay tuned with us in terms of getting more information about the CISO role with the upcoming series. So I'll not be going to the Q&A session at front. So I'll be handing over the session to Kazun in terms of conducting the session on regulatory commerce and industry standards. If you have any questions, just start posting through the channel. Once Kazun finishes his session, we'll be taking up all the questions. Hope that okay with you all. I would like to invite Kazun in terms of continuing the session. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Shahan. Shall I share my screen?
You should be able to share screen now. Thank you.
Yes, okay. No. Is it visible right now?
Yes, it's perfect. Your screen is visible.
Okay. And good morning, all of you. I will continue our session by briefing information security involvement for different industries. All these are related to CISO functions, which Shehan already described. We'll move on. Why CISO for? You may have a question in your mind that why we need CISO for all industries such as healthcare, financial, telecommunication, and FMCG. Let me explain it to you by referring to the baseline of information security. Baseline of information security is CIA triad: confidentiality, integrity, and the availability. Before moving to our main topic, did you know what is happening in every minute in the internet? In every minute, nearly 300K is spending for online shopping. 700K videos viewed on TikTok. 7K new users are registering into LinkedIn as a professionals. 500K comments are posting in FB. Likewise, there are so many information and internet related activities are happening in today's context. So we need to focus your attention to the fact that everyone and everything is connected. First, we'll move into the healthcare industry. The industry is more concerned about protecting health information, PHI, and confidentiality of PHI should be protected. You know what you feel if your health information or medical information is leaked for a third party. And also there are medical formulas and patent information also available to protect. PHI should be disclosed to only to authorized individuals. And sufficient level of awareness should provided for the staff who are handling PHI. Then we should classify those PHI, medical formulas, and patent information according to the confidential level. Then we can apply physical, technical, and administrative safeguard. To ensure the integrity, we should not allow unauthorized modification during the information lifecycle, and information should be monitored closely. To ensure availability, we should ensure the information systems are functioning properly. Those systems should be updated with latest stable patches, and it should have proper BCV plan in case of a disaster. And in Sri Lankan context, Code of Conduct enforcing from Sri Lankan Medical Council, SLMC, covers information security aspect we described here. Then we'll move into FMCG industry. Why we need information security for industry of fast moving consumer goods? What are the information they process? There are customer personal identifiable information, PII. Financial information are there. Their buying patterns and also company confidential formulas and recipes are there. So their confidentiality should be well protected. To achieve confidentiality, they should train their staff as well regarding the handling of those information, and according to the classification, physical, technical, and administrative control should be implemented as well. Then unauthorized modification also should be prevented for those PII and financial information and manufacturing secret as well. Further, those information flows should be closely monitored, where it created the information, where it belongs to the who belongs to the information, who are the owners. Further, there is another aspect we need to consider. Am I audible to you?
It's Kasan, you're audible.
Okay, fine. Further, there is another aspect that we need to consider when we are dealing with manufacturing formulas. You should maintain integrity of that formula in every production line. That means production line may be in same country or different countries, but that taste should not differ. That is how we need to maintain the integrity of formulas and their recipes. And also we should ensure availability of information and system for their stakeholders as well, especially in their ERP systems, their supply chain, and their corporate website. Those are the things we need to ensure. Currently in FMCG industry, they are ensuring their information security by industry best practices and their international standards. Then we'll move to telephone communication industry. They are processing customer PII to provide their services. Then those confidentiality of those information should be protected. Staff should be provided with proper awareness, proper classification should be available. According to those classification, proper administrative, technical, and the physical control should be available. And also there is another fact we need to consider, not only the staff, customers also should be provided with the awareness when they are sharing their related personal information. Integrity and availability also ensured, and proper safeguards should be implemented to monitor and control the modification and deny unauthorized modifications. When it comes to availability, what will happen your mobile or data coverage suddenly stop? That is the nearest example I can say you. Brief you. So telecommunication industry should have proper BCP plan for ensure the availability. Who is the regulator? TRC. Acting as the regulator and following up with the international standards like ISO, PCI DSS. If those telecommunication companies are handling with the payment card information, they are encouraging them to go with this PCI DSS standard. Then we'll move into financial industry. What are the information processing in financial industry? Customer PII and the financial information of the customer. Further, staff should be well trained as well as customers. What happens if customer share his online banking password or OTP with the third party? So customers also should be provided with the awareness, and the integrity should be well maintained, because account balances, credit balances, and related transaction should be in line with proper integrity controls. Unauthorized modification should not allow. And another thing, what will happen to you when your payment card or credit card does not work when you are complete your shopping or when you are checking out from the hotel? So that's come with the availability. Banks and other financial companies should take the measures to have proper BCP plan for ensure the availability of information systems. Central bank, acting as a bank's regulator, and today's context, central bank is more concerned about information security. Apart from recommending to have international certifications like ISO, PCI DSS, CBISL issued a directives and guidelines for licensed bank and registered finance companies. Baseline security is one of the standards, and one of the guideline is minimum compliance standard for payment apps. Further, now they are in the process of finalizing a consultative paper that is for the regulatory framework on technology risk management, and it licensed banks and licensed financial companies have to align with it. The CISO functions, which Shehan already mentioned in his presentation, are clearly mentioned here. What are the responsibilities of CISO? What are the qualifications CISO should have? What are the scope and objectives of the CISO are clearly mentioned in this consultative paper. And there is another aspect, how security operations center should work, how incident response team should work. Some banks already having their incident response team, and they are working to improve their incident response capabilities as well. So those are clearly mentioned in this consultative paper. And if this comes as a directive, then all the licensed bank and licensed finance companies have to adhere for this. Finally, we will brief you some international recognized standards which are related to the businesses and which we have discussing. IPA. This is the one standard. If any organization such as hospital, laboratories or insurance companies that working with healthcare information can refer to this Health Information Portability and Accountability Act. And there's another act called the High Tech Act. In HIPAA is focusing on creating privacy policies, establishing protocols for possible breaches, and provide staff training, which we have already mentioned. And this is focusing on secure related information and secure healthcare information. And GDPR, I think Mohan have already discussed this. GDPR stands for General Data Protection Regulation. Any company or business dealing with PII can refer this regulation. We say this commonly, we identify this as a bigger responsibility and bigger repercussions. Because if you are under regulation of GDPR, you are having a bigger responsibility towards PII. And if that responsibility is breached, repercussions also bigger. And under this regulation, information owners' consent matters every time. In Sri Lankan context also, currently we are having a draft level of Data Protection Act, which can apply for any industry. Soon it will be passed as a normal act, and all the businesses, organizations dealing with PII have to be aligned with this Data Protection Act. And if you are having an organization or business, and if you are concerning about protecting your consumer personal data, then this CCPA, California Consumer Privacy Act, is there. It covers areas related to consumers such as how data breach impact your company, maintain consumer privacy, secure the consumer data processing activities, and handling customer requests. This is for the CCPA. This is for the consumer data, personal data protection. And if you are concerning about security on IoT, Internet of Things, then CIS framework is there. In today's context, IoT has become an emerging trend. ISO standards. ISO 27000 family contained with standard which can access your company's cybersecurity practices. In ISO, there are plenty of 27000 family, there are plenty of standards. ISO 27001 is an auditable standard which contain the implementation requirement for ISMS. And we are having ISO 27002 as well. It is a control framework. It provides with an overview of information security controls. Any organization might choose to implement these frameworks. Further, we have another ISO 27000 family standard for privacy as well. Then ISO 37001. This is for the risk management. And any organization can utilize this framework to conducting risk assessment and to have a risk treatment plan. And each and every risk assessment life cycle is covered in this ISO 37000 standard. And so in organization, you do not need to develop new risk management framework for your own, because all the criteria, all the standards are already developed in this 37001 standard. Then PCI DSS. This is for the companies handling payment card information. Its main goal is to protect customer data or customer information who are using payment card by building and maintaining a secure network and systems, maintaining a vulnerability management program for the payment card industry, and implementing strong access control mechanisms, and monitoring and testing network regularly. Further, as an administrative control, it focuses on maintaining an information security policies as well. This is for the industries who are having payment card related transactions. Finally, NIST. This is a National Institute of Standard and Technology. It's a main institute for setting up the US standard, and they have a separate framework for this cybersecurity as well. They are mainly developed this NIST framework for Department of Defense. But in today's context, many commercial organizations and businesses are following up this NIST framework for develop their information security posture. It has a main 5 pillars: identify the risk, protect the asset from the risk, detect the threats and respond into the threat, and how we can recover if that vulnerability exposed. This is a voluntary framework that can be implemented for any organization that wants to reduce the overall risk. There are plenty of standards, as Sean mentioned earlier, like COVID-5, so there are plenty of standards. According to your industry, according to your business, you can refer it. This ISO kind of standard or this kind of standard, you can apply for any industry. So we are concluding our presentation, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Shehan, and thank you, Kasun. Do we have any questions on chat?
So there are questions on Facebook, so on the platform. So there's one question. I think there's one on Facebook. Kasun, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Right. Okay. Right. Do you have on the chat? I see no. Right. This the efficiency is okay. So there's something I'm not sure. It's efficiency and effectiveness of ISO are probably a question. Yeah.
That how does CISO handle a security risk assessment in well manner? That is the question, no?
Is that on the chat or?
Yes, it is on the chat.
Right. Yes.
Yes, Kasun, that's the question.
Okay, then as a CISO, what are the functions in CISO? First, managing IT security risk assessment is a main role of the CISO. And first, he need to have a better understanding about information security posture of the organization, how information security strategy is placed, how it is implemented, and how those policies and procedures are implemented. Then according to those information security strategy, he can do the risk assessment by conducting ISO 37001 standard, that kind of thing. This is how he can handle the information security assessment in well manner. This is how he have to start.
Let me add something to that as well. So the question is, how would CISO handle a security risk assessment in a well manner? So I would approach this in 2 ways. Dalan, am I audible?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Okay. So I would approach this question in 2 ways. First thing is from the organization perspective. First of all, I will have a scope. So what is the scope of the risk assessment? For an example, if you are talking about a typical organization, they may have IT department, finance department, marketing department, so and so forth. So based on the departments, you can select key areas or based on a BIA, business impact assessment conducted along with the BCP, you may select high risk areas. So that is first thing. So based on that, you will have a scope in place and you can obtain management approval through governance committee or whatever. in terms of the approving the scope, and you may not be able to conduct the entire risk assessment at once. So I would prefer to go with a phased approach. So during the year, you will select few critical areas based on industry standard, like ISO 31000 or any other. We have Octave framework. We have other frameworks as well, risk management framework as well. So based on whatever the applicable framework or suitable framework, you can start developing the risk assessment based on a approach. Sorry, based on a phased approach. So that is the first thing. So which is targeting the entire organization. So the second approach is when it comes to if you are focusing only on information security under CISO function, you may have to do a lot of areas. You may have to you may have a lot of processes. For an example, vulnerability management program, policy development and governance, internal and external audit requirements, including regulatory and compliance requirements. Likewise, as a CISO, you may need to handle different areas within the CISO function. So you may select those areas and start the risk assessment. So similarly, you will have a scope based on the CISO function and get the management approval or the governance committee approval. And during the year, you may start doing the risk assessment. So ultimate goal is to identify. So I have seen in many, I would like to add one more thing. Most of the organizations conduct their risk assessment for the sake of doing, but they don't take the actual benefit out of it. What is the actual benefit of doing a risk assessment? So the main benefit is to understand what are the risks that the organization face and how we are going to mitigate without compromising any security violations. So that is the main goal. So if we understand those, then we can have a sound risk assessment process.
Thanks, Shehan. Yes, I think that was a very descriptive answer. Thank you, Shehan. So we have another question from Valentina Fernando. She wants to know what are the standards that could comply for industrial operations like the energy sector? Do we have any standards that we need to comply with? Shehan, I hope I'm audible.
So I think the question is more about industrial operations.
Yeah.
So yes. So let's give him some time.
When it comes to industrial operations, irrespective, so Hasun explained about different industries, FMCG, telecommunication, financial, likewise, irrespective of the organization or the industry. If you are handling any personally identifiable information or confidential information, the actually industry doesn't matter. So what you need to is protect the confidential information. So there are several frameworks available as we discussed. The organization can customize whatever the applicable frameworks, and they can customize the control objectives based on their requirement and implement. So in my perspective, the industry is not a big issue. So the main requirement is how we are going to adapt to the framework.
Thank you for your answers, Shehan and Kazun. We hope that this has been very useful. So is there any further questions, Lucia?
We're done with the questions. I think we can.
So which means thank you so much, Shehan, Savio, and Mr. Kazun Atapatul. It's been great to listening to you both. Certainly, you made it very clear the understanding and the role of CISO, isn't it, Nilushi, along with the lines of regulations and requirements in Sri Lanka. Most needed talk at the moment, but thank you so much.
Inspiring CISOs here in the audience.
So there you go. So we've got a good audience too. So thank you so much. So with that,
We'll be moving on to Loshan's segment again, I believe. Loshan,
are you with us? Right, he's back with us. Right.
brilliant.
So, so Loshan, over to you. Thank you.
Yeah. So I'll start. I'm very sorry about the technical issues I had, and so I'll start from where actually I earlier finished. And so before I start, I'll just give a small answer to the earlier question answer. So when it comes to operational technologies, you can use. There are multiple standards in NIST as well, and so you can look into those frameworks, and also SCADA system-based certifications also there. And one of the main things when it comes to industrial operations is mostly it is a flat structure in the network perspective. So segmentation and micro-segmentation is something you need to look into. So, however, coming back to my topic, so we went through all these definitions, and so differentiation of the data protection and data security we are looking at is basically, when it comes to data protection, it's basically personal. When it comes to data security in an organization have different types of data, which can be either employee, business related data, and also it may have personal data as well. So the main target of today's session is actually to identify what data should be protected in terms of the data privacy as well as in terms of data security. So if you are looking at the presentation, so this part is where we are trying to figure out when it comes to organizational security on the data privacy. So I would say this is one of the approaches you can use. You identify what are the privacy requirements pertaining to the organization, business, and as well as regulatory and the country's law. Then apart from that, you identify the data security requirements based on which industry and also your business requirements. Ultimately looking at the what data to protect in terms of privacy. So looking at the privacy requirements first, there are multiple. So Mohan, Shayan, and Kasun was all looking at discussing about these various topics. But when it comes to global aspect, there is about like 66%. So this is 2020 statistics. So 66% of the world countries have their own legislation in terms of privacy. 10% is in the draft level. I think Sri Lanka is also coming up. So as I said earlier, it was 2020. So that's why we are stated as no legislations. So let's take GDPR, since like that is the most hottest topic when it comes to privacy, and look at what are the security requirements in there. So Article 5, it looks at how are you protecting against unauthorized and unlawful access and loss or damage to the data. Article 24, how are you ensuring and demonstrating data protection? Article 32, Part 2, which steps have you taken to protect against external and internal threats external threats of unlawful access, disclosure, or loss? Article 32.4, what steps have you taken to protect against insider data abuse? Article 33, can you notify any breaches within 72 hours with detailed disclosure? I think Mohan also mentioned privacy by design or else privacy by default. So these are actual requirements when it comes to privacy. And looking at privacy, why it is complex to an organization to actually address this is basically technology is evolving in every second. Now, I remember one of my friends who actually came down from Dubai. He was saying about like 10 years back when he was working in Dubai, they were using SIMs, whereas we started using SIEM solutions quite recently, about like roughly less than 5 years. So even on the cybersecurity domain, the technology is evolving, and as Sri Lanka, we are still behind. Lack of knowledge and expertise. So lack of technology awareness, lack of places to learn, high cost involved in learning. Now, even if you take a cybersecurity certification, it actually comes from about like $50,000 to 100,000 or more. When you look at GX certificates, it's like in millions. And when it comes to technologies also, let's say about the solutions that you are deploying or else the softwares or the languages, it's again evolving. It's not the same. And also the yesterday's technology that you have used is already become obsolete by today. Organizations are already in operations. So that means like the wheel is already on, like process. So you have to make changes while you're going. And it's not that you're newly starting the organization, so everything is clear. You can start from the bottom level. No, it's not like that. So while the wheels are turning, you have to make the changes. Data is everywhere. You first didn't understood what data actually requires. So whenever there is a possibility, you gathered every data, and data is everywhere in your organization, maybe in physical form or else even in like electronic forms. It can be from your shared folders or servers or laptops to even your trash boxes. So data is everywhere. So you have a bigger role in identifying what data you have and all that. And there is a whole life cycle of data available. So you have to find where exactly in what form the data is. Cost is high in the implementations and for the management, as Shayan was correctly saying, for the management, business is what is critical. So in terms of business, the return on investment is not clear. So then we have the limited resources. So cost is high again with the resources because you take security engineers, you have to pay more than what you pay for the regular IT job. So these skills resources require more practice and experience as well, and more the experience, more costly the people are. And even in security, you have, like when it comes to data, you have to pick and choose people who are really good at what they do in the analytics and privacy and all that. So even in a skilled area, there are unique skills as well. Lack of evidences in past breaches. So when you go to the board and when you're trying to justify that this sort of product is needed, you cannot, because you or else either the industry doesn't have any verifiable evidences that you can produce. So because of those things, it is really hard for the management to see that this is actual threat that you are trying to go and convince them. So these things really matters. And one more thing is people who are already in the security domain or else following security standards have a delusional security. So we also call it like false sense of security, but delusional security, I think, more appropriate. I'll give you two examples. One is normally the IT guys, basically, or else the people who procure different security devices. They say, and they go to the board and say, actually, We have purchased the X or the Y device. Because of that, we are secure. And there are another team of people says we are compliant to different A and B standards, and therefore we are secure. So let's look at like the standards, or else even before that, let's look at the products. So products, yes, they are maybe the best in the market, and they are good at what it's supposed to do. But the problem is, again, lack of awareness and lack of knowledge. You might ending up having a product that is not fully configured or not properly configured. And also you might even have a product that is not addressing your real question. Maybe you are using a different technology, which the technology that you're buying does not support. So there are issues like that. And when it comes to standards, they are baselines. They do not cover the entire aspect. Let's again take from like assessor side. So like those who assess these or those who audit these standards, they are humans. They can do mistakes. And also they do the assessments within a limited time frame. So they cannot assess everything. I mean, like if there are IT guys, you might know, okay, how complex and how large your IT systems are. And if someone is assessing that within 5 days or 2 days, they cannot. There is a practical gap. And there is audit risk. So that means the assessors can assess, and there are things that they can itself miss. Maybe due to the lack of knowledge or expertise, or because like they are all not expert in everything. So there may be those issues as well. And also there can be environmental factors. Now, mostly these auditors come to your organization and do the audits, but with the pandemic situation, these guys do the audits through Zoom call or WebEx. So they are not even coming, and they depend solely on us, on what we are producing. So when it comes to the implementer sides, I mean, you can vouch for me, and I have seen this throughout the years as well. Everyone try to be comply when the auditor is coming. It's not everyday compliance. It's only like when the compliance officer or else the auditor is coming. And let's say you have PCI and the ISO standards. So PCI is very granular level audit that they perform. So because of that, different configurations are in place. So some companies, they show the same on the ISO standard as well. So they are compliant. So there are different gimmicks that implementers do as well. And also this is purely focused on the compliance. We comply to this standard. We do these things to comply with the standard. But the problem is your business actually have something else. And I mean, like your threat vector, if you look at, it is something else. So there is that gap, and also is to comply. So for example, let's say the standard might say you need to have an actively up-to-date antivirus guard. But the problem is, at the moment, just having an antivirus guard will not be sufficient. The technology and the threat landscape have evolved so much, you need an behavioral analyzing or else behavioral-based detection system. So these things really matters. And if you do not have, or else if you are basically saying your company is secure based on these factors, that is called the delusional security. So these things are the main factors that you need to address. So let's come back to what we actually want to satisfy. That is an approach to secure the data privacy or else data protection. So again, I have to say, this is one of the approaches which I feel that is better because of the scope that it covers. There can be more and there can be evolutions as well. So what I'm suggesting is NIST 800-207 framework. So this is zero trust architecture, and it is not just as same as zero trust, but it is based on the same concepts. So it was released in 2020 August, and you can just Google the 800-207 and you can get this document. It is free of charge. So when you look at, in a glance itself, this is the framework. Okay, so it has a control pane and there is a data pane. So whenever there is a request coming in from the untrusted sources, policy enrollment point will analyze whether that request can be trusted and then only allow the access to the data. It's complex, but bear with me. So all these decisions, the simple decision that is taken here is influenced by the decision-making system, the interest compliances, standards, everything, the threat intelligences, threats pertaining to your organizations, threat that is evolving, and the organizational policies, PKI infrastructures, access and identity management, SIEM solutions, everything is actually input to your policy and the policy administrator for the policy enforcement. So it's complex, I know. So in simple terms, earlier we used to have traditional single perimeter level defense. So that means there is internal, there is a network. So there is internal network that is inside the network, and there is outside the network. So that's the perimeters that we had almost, like even now we have that in most organizations. So there is an implicit trust if you are in your internal organization network. That means you are a trusted person by default. That is actually the concept that throughout the years we have been doing. And that's why we put all the controls over here. And also we had like default issues where, like, if you are a network person, you might understand. If you are in the same network, even if you are in a virtual network, you can communicate with each other without any issue. There is no microsegmenting between. So in order to rectify that issue, it came with another trusted defense, which says even if you are in the internal network, doesn't matter, you still cannot be trusted. Your trust has to be earned in every transaction that you do. Meaning, when you implement zero trust architecture, in order to access your data, your devices, it can be organization and provided devices, or else it can be your personal devices itself, your servers and any network devices also there. Then you have a zero trust workload. So workload is any application interface or else any system interface that allows you to communicate with your data. Then you have trusted people. Sorry, zero trust people. So nothing that connects to your data is by default not trusted. So that's what zero trust is. So every person, every network device, every computer that accesses the zero trust data, or else the data in your organization, needs proper authentication authorization. And also it is purely centered on data, which is more convenient when you're looking at privacy focus as well. Because when it comes to privacy, you need, like Mohan, Shan, Cousin was saying, so everything actually builds into you having a proper governance of data. You have identified what are the data, you know where the places and what data you have in what form and so on and so forth. So it's everything about data. And this is why it's beautiful, because data is the central element the data is actually the central element zero trust is trying to protect. So because of that, you need continual awareness and continually validate the access to the data at all times. Meaning, again, level of protection does not change as well. Let's say you are trying to have a data set in a one place and you are trying to copy it to another place and you're trying to change the classification level to, let's say, confidential to internal. No, it does not work like that, because zero trust data is always evaluated. And also, for example, let's say you are trying to access a set of data, it have to identify you as a person, a trusted person. Your device have to be authenticated and become a trusted device. Your network have to become authenticated and become a trusted network. Then when you're accessing, the data have to be evaluated to see whether you have access to that data, whether you are having only required access to that data, or meaning least privilege. And not only that, it analyzes whether you have accessed these data elements during this time. Or let's say now it is 12:24. Are you a person who always access this data set element within during the afternoon hours? In that level, so into that granular level, zero trust architecture will authenticate you, your device, and your network before authenticating. So, meaning, so these are the basic principle in zero trust architecture. Network is hostile. Internal and external threats are always present. Internal network is equal to trust. Every device, user, network flow must be proven. And not only that, everything needs to be logged and inspected. And always it should be a continual process. So this is why I'm saying now, if you do not have this sort of architecture that is focused on security and the data, it is not possible to comply to the privacy requirements. And also, there are four challenges I could mention at a glance itself. Lack of budget, because you might have seen, okay, this seems like a big challenge itself. This might need a lot of budget, but no, you can start from the bottom levels and you can go from there. And this is a framework and a concept. It's not a foolproof, and it's not like buy-in product that you can just buy in and implement. No, it is not. It is a full concept looking at your overall enterprise level privacy requirements. And also false awareness takes time and effort and need good resources in terms of business awareness as well as security minded people and who's aware about the technical aspects. So that's actually it for my presentation, and I hope everyone had a good session and have learned something during the session. So thank you guys. Any questions?
So thank you, Loshan. I hope everyone could hear us. Thank you so much. Even with a bit of difficulties that was beyond your control, came back on board and you did it. So we appreciate and we would like to thank you for this wonderful presentation. We certainly believe that this has given a lot of insight into this topic. Nilushi, do we have any other thing before we go on lunch? Certainly we do.
Before that, Taran, just a minute. Can we check whether we have any questions on chat?
Please.
We don't? Brilliant. So we can go ahead.
And I think we are heading towards the most interesting part of the whole conference. So which is to have a quiz,
Yes,
right? Are we all ready for a quiz? Right? Are we all ready? Right, there is a question, so let's take it up. So
we actually have a set of questions, if I'm not wrong.
Right.
Right? A set of 15 questions. Just one.
So let's take up the questions.
Guys, before we go ahead with our main quiz, we have one question that has come up. So Lushan, this is for you. In implementing zero trust architecture, would there be quite a few false positives, since there is to be constant validation within known sources? Yes. I think
yes.
one of our,
So yes. In the beginning, now even I'll just keep the zero trust away and I'll just take a small example. Now, whenever you implement a security control, obviously there will be a time that will start sending you a lot of alerts that is false positive. Because why? When you're actually a system or a product or a human itself, you need to, going forward, analyze the data and adapt to whatever the business requirement, as well as you need to differentiate between a legitimate source and a non-legitimate source, or else a legitimate traffic and a non-legitimate traffic. So yes, in simple terms, there is a gap of time that you need to allow, even if you're fully implementing or else phase by phase implementing any framework or any solution. There is a time that you need to adapt. Yeah.
Thank you very much for which is the quiz. But before that, let's take a break of 5 minutes. Just maybe do a visualization of everything that we covered, because the questions are going to be based on, we are hoping to award 3 scholarships for the Cisco Cyber Operations Program. This is not just for the course, but we're going to give you all the exam voucher as well. So you'll be eligible. This is for the top 3. If you get more than 70%, and if you're within the top, how do you call it? If you are the fastest to respond, you'll be getting this. Let's take a break for 5 minutes and let's start. Thank you very much.
So Okay, hi everyone, guys. We are here to get through to the first set of quiz. So we have some questions for you ready. We're going to share a link on the chat, right? Share. It's better if you share the link, and then please go to the particular site that's given and enter the code that has been given to you. And once you are in, we could see, and then we could probably kick off, right? Just give us a moment. The information will be sent via the chat.
Via chat.
And we also want to tell you we have 3 prizes to give away. That's from Cisco Academy. So you'll be entitled to, you'll get a chance to go through their free course, instructor-led.
The cyber operations course. So
Yeah.
you get 3 full scholarships, not just for the course dial-in, but you get an exam voucher as well. I think that's
exam voucher as well. So, but see, we would love to give it to everyone, but obviously there is a limitation, right? So it has to be, you have to be accurate plus the speed, all matters. So you can be accurate, but if you're not the fastest, you will not get the chance
still
to
be
win.
losing out.
Yes. So you've got to balance things together to ensure that you win this. So the information will be sent out. Please click on it, get into the sleader.com, and then we would kick off.
The link has been shared, guys. Please use the link to go through the platform and use the password that has been mentioned there. And
so let us know. We could probably see once all of you are in, and then we could take it forward. So we hope the screen is visible now. So
you can also use your phone and scan the QR code that is on site.
right, we have no one has joined the quiz so far. So please, it's one person who's come in. I think
Ramesh
I'm not
here.
3. Yeah, people are joining in. That's good. So we've got limited time, guys. We want all of you to be there as an Inelushi, but at the same time, we got to break for lunch because we've got another session soon at 2 o'clock. So please join in quickly. Right, people are joining. We'll give
you all a few minutes to join, and then we'll start the quiz.
We still see people joining in. We've got 52 people on board, Nilushi, but I see around 160 odd people or 180 in WebEx.
Yes.
So guys, it's an opportunity to you. If you're having any difficulties in terms of clicking the link and putting the passcode, let us know. We are
on chat.
glad to help you.
Definitely. We're here to offer you any kind of technical support that you would need. So, guys, we urge you to log in
As soon as
next
possible.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
At least, because we need to go ahead with the quiz.
We don't want anyone to be disappointed. So we've got 53 on board. We just want to let our audience know that there's no limitations, whether you want to use your device, laptops, or mobile device, it's all possible. So please use any device, but make sure that you, because once the questions are out, it depends on the speed you answer and the accuracy as well. And the timing it will be shown to you. So it's a bit of...
It's a tricky situation, guys, but it's worth for sure.
We see that some of you are having trouble. What we and just put the password in. Yes, make sure that the code is right. The code is displayed on the screen.
Link to you once again with the passcode on chat. You can use that.
English, but we see people coming in. So we've got 68 and still we've got a huge in the WebEx. So we encourage everyone to log in quickly as possible. Right, so yes, 116 and we've got around 68. Is it on 70s? No, still 68. Right. Right, okay, let's see where we are. Right, we've got 71 and still people are joining in. We just want to make sure that there's no one is disappointed. So we're doing our best to give you enough and more time. But if you're still having issues, please reach out. But at some point, we got to close this and to move on. So this is one of the lovely features when it comes to this Cisco Academy, the platform WebEx. And you don't have to depend on another tool, but just using this, you can push out your questions, and then it looks at the timing factor and also the answers you've given. So it's really cool. Yeah. So still, people are coming. Have all of you, but then we also need to be practical. So we might have to decide on a time frame. So what we're going to say is that another
4 more minutes.
Yeah. Let's. Okay.
12:55, guys.
Right. So 12:55, we would kick off, right? So if there's anyone join in, we would love to give you all an exam voucher or the coaster 10, but 70.
Guys, if you all have any technical issues, please reach out to us via chat. And we'll be more than happy to help you all.
As we all know that still, there are 76, 77 people are joining in. And I'm sure some of you may be having different names here for this particular platform. So maybe the winners would have to show us themselves so that, we can just make sure who you are. Yes, we kindly appreciate a request so that we know who you are. And then we will certainly do the needful. We've got 78 Nalushi, so that's a good improvement. And so we've got 3 minutes.
3 more minutes.
3 minutes. Right. Okay, let's see. And let us also remind you, we've got another 3 vouchers to give away. That is for the afternoon sessions. Again, it's to do with, I think, a network security course from Cisco.
Yes.
So again, that will give you access to an instructor, an exam voucher
as well. So it's a good deal, guys. It's a brilliant deal, I would say. But sadly, then again, we have only 3 vouchers for for the next network security course as well. So please do join us for the next workshop, which is
again
to start.
Yes.
And it all goes well.
And thanks to IC2 for putting up such a
immense effort, Darlin, I would say.
Seriously, and also looking at the whole day that we've had good 4 speakers. I mean, around
brilliant
8
speakers,
exactly,
brilliant content,
and all qualified people. And we've had an amazing day. And also we've got more sessions coming up. So even to pull out all these things together, Nilushi, it takes a bit of an effort, right? We all say, right, people have come, they've just done presentation. No. So we need to thank chapter or the new chapter who come on board. We congratulate all of them.
Committee members,
and all
their commitment.
Success.
Coming on board with Sri Lanka CERT on this national initiative.
Certainly, Nilusha. I think
all about capacity building and
certainly I think it's all about us. As CERT, yes, CERT has a responsibility to drive things forward, but then we need, as we always say, that cybercrime is borderless, right? So for us to be safe, we all have to go together. It's not just us walking alone. We got to drag everyone together. So we are glad.
And I think it would not be fair if we don't mention this. I think IC2 has collaborated with ISACA Sri Lanka Chapter 2 for the first workshop. So we had members representing ISACA Sri Lanka Chapter as well. So thank you, ISACA, for collaborating with IC2 and coming on board for this workshop. So
thanks, Nilushi. That's an important point to be made. Thank you so much.
Numbers are looking good. We've got 85 people.
Certainly. And we've got, are we on time? Are we on schedule?
Shall I give them 1 more minute, Dial?
Leadership,
I'm looking at the number.
right, we cannot go on, but we got to write. So, right, 87. Guys, if you're having any difficulties, you got to tell us right now so that we can give you or do something about it, but not after we start the quiz, right? Gavin, I hope everything is okay from your end. It's like it, everything is right. Okay.
Just seconds away, I'm assuming.
88, and I still see people trying to join. I'm not sure what we're going to do, but
We'll definitely have to close it. I'm sorry, guys, but sorry. Thank you. All right, brilliant.
does anyone need time? Is anyone facing any difficulties?
If so, please let us know on chat and we'll. People are still joining that, and it's 89 now. Let me close it. I think we'll have.
Right. I think it's 89. So
Guys, my apologies, but we'll have to close.
certainly we've given enough and more time, and we're just going to begin. So let's begin with a quest. So again, one more final information. It depends on, you're given 20 seconds, I think, for a question, but answering the fastest come together. So you can be fast in answering. If you don't get the answers right, you are not going to get there. But so two things you have to focus, right? But at the same time, you need
to
the
manage your time
as well, right? So good luck to everyone. We've got 90 people on board, and let's begin. Gavin, let's do it. Thank you. Right. Okay. So the good thing here is that, okay, access control is implemented by several categories and types. These are, there are three types: administrative, technical, and obviously.
Let them answer that.
Okay. So they have given. So, and I think let's move on to the next one. You're not going to say anything now. So physical, certainly. So 49% of the people have got the answers right. So good attempt. So let's move on to the second question. I'm not reading it to you guys to cause any disturbance, or leaving for your own interpretation and for your easiness.
Following provides access control assurance.
Right, again, 40 people have gone with vulnerability map. Response, but the answer is penetration. In questions, right? As all of you can see.
Can we move on to the next one? Yeah.
Right, again. So most people have gone with increases confidentiality. But okay, let's take a look at the answer. Right, so it increases the opportunity for attack. Right. So 20% have got it right. So you've got another 12 more questions. So do your best. Everyone has still got chances, right? Let's move on. An interesting question, Ilushi, but OSI layers. Is anyone typing the answers?
Please use the
Right.
platform.
Please
guys,
use
to
the platform, not the WebEx chat.
because we can't.
Yes, please. We certainly encourage you to use the platform. That's the whole purpose. So 35% have gone with layer 7, but some of them say, majority says layer 4. But let's look at the right answer. Certainly it's layer 7 applications. Great. And we're moving towards the 5th question now. So a kind request, anyone putting out the answers, if you've not joined, we kindly encourage you to not to type down the answer in the public chat. Thank you. Right, let's move on. Remember, accuracy along with speed. So you can be accurate, but if you're slow, you. So Nilushi, people say recommend, and
Answer. So how you give the answers, you need to get on the platform, type in your passcode, and you need to select the right answer.
but I'm sorry to say, Nilushi, but I don't think we've started the quiz.
Exactly. So it's.
They've given
I'm sorry, guys. It's a bit too late. We did give
enough and more time.
Yes.
Right. Let's move on to the next question. We've got 10 more. Right. Okay. So we've got some scores here, Nilushi. So we've seen. Okay. So 1 minute and 13 seconds.
My gosh.
Right. And yes, first. Okay. This is where you stand at the moment. But certainly, yeah, just got 4 out of 5. So, okay, guys. So you have a clue where you stand at the moment. So let's.
It's still not too late. So 10
Certainly.
more questions to go. So let's see. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
Kind of like what happened at the hacking challenge.
Certainly. So let's move on.
Super question. Yeah.
This. So right. Okay. So majority say 34% of the people say information owner, but let's look at the right answer. Certainly it is. Let's move on. So it's important you read the question sheet.
Thank you, Dan.
To everyone.
I'll take a note of that.
To everyone. So we've got 9 more. Let's move on, please. Right. Okay. This is also interesting. It's all about information, the least thing. Majority of them say quality of information. So, but let's see what the answer is.
Yep.
Certainly that's right. The next question, please. Okay. Right. Again, majority of them say %. That's the right answer. So we've got 7 more questions, guys. You still have time. Do not give it up. Do your best. Let's move on to the next question, please.
So guys, the next question. 5 seconds to go.
So majority of, but let's look at the answer.
Look at the answer.
And it's known plain text attack. Right. Okay. So we've
This is
got
very interesting that.
Clark Wilson, right? Reminds me of security engineer. Look at the right answer. That's Bruanash. Right. Okay. So we got 5 more, guys. You still got, I think the scores will show up now. Certainly. Oh, we've got someone leading.
Newcomers.
Yes. So that's good. But has still not changed. That's good. Well done. So but still 5 more questions. So you never know. Again, speed along with accuracy.
Accuracy. It's what
Let's give it a shot. Let's move on. Certainly it is.
Five seconds to go, guys.
Delushi, it's not about the time as well. Accuracy, speed. So you can be accurate, but if you're slow.
But if you don't, pick one.
True. So 60% of the people say data mirroring. So let's wait for the answer. Certainly it is. So we got 3 more questions, guys. Let's
I will give it your best shot. For sure.
Yeah, 43% of the people say it's business impact BIA. So, well, let's wait for the right answer.
And
That's
BIA it is.
certainly. So that was on BCP. Let's move on. We've got 2 more. Interesting.
So you got to put on the hat of an auditor when you're answering this.
I think right answer. It's 31% of them are right. So number 4 was the answer, and you got the last and final question. Right, again, 43% of people say it's standards, regulations, and guidelines, but let's take a look at the right answer. Right, 16% of them have got right, and I think the quiz comes to an end, and all of you want to know who are the winners. So let's see, let's take a quick look. Okay, that's
Umesha,
interesting.
well done.
So that's congratulations, Umesha Herat. And the second place is Dinesh Balendran.
And we have Ravindu Veerasinghe.
Right. But we see the fourth person, she did well. And I think till the 10th question, she was leading. But we've seen 2 new people coming on board. So we appreciate if you all of you can switch on, 3 of you can switch on your camera. So that is Umesha Herat. Yeah, sorry, Umesha Herat. And then Dinesh Balendran.
And Ravindu Veerasinghe.
We're not going to ask you any difficult questions, but we would appreciate if you could do that. That's Umesha Herat, Dinesh Balendran.
And
You
Ravindu
have been given permission to switch on your camera.
Umesha, are you with us? Dinesh.
Right. If you put up a different, you need to tell us your names that you use. So if you can type down your name, please, on the chat.
On the chat?
Because you might have used a different name, please. So the 3 winners, can we kindly request you to
Switch on your cameras.
Yes, but so
I think we have Umesha here with us. We found her. Can we have Dinesh Balendran? Dinesh, if you're here, can you? We weren't able to find you on our list of participants. So if you could just put on chat the name that you're using to log on to WebEx, that would be brilliant.
And Ravindu Veerasinghe. If you don't tell us, we have to make a decision. So please let us know the names that you used in.
We'll have to move on to
in the Slido. So, and tell us your origin in the WebEx. Guys, we are giving you time. If you don't tell us, we will have to make a decision. Dinesh and Ravindu. Dinesh, can we see you? Ume back to us, and she's having an issue with the camera.
Difficulty, so that's fine.
So
Guys, we just want to ensure that you're here and we've got the right
people.
Names, yes.
So Dinesh and Ravindu, are you there with us? Dinesh is there. Dinesh, can we have your camera on, please? Right, but please message the host directly. And how about Ravindu Veerasinghe? The participant name that's been used in Slido is Ravindu Veerasinghe.
So, so guys, thank you very much. I think they're having a problem. They're having winners are having a problem coming on video. But Umesha, Dinesh, and Ravindu, we will get in touch with you directly, and we'll see as to how we can pass on those vouchers. So thank you very much, guys, for participating. I see that the others also have. It's a very close call. So you all have got most of the answers right, but based on the timing, there's a that's basically the determining factor here. So Dylan.
So with that, and come back again. Possible. So Huawei, thank you for them. Cyber, we certainly support their contribution.
Definitely. Delta Spike, we cannot forget them. Cisco Networking Academy.
We as CISO for providing us this wonderful video conference system. Cyber Rangers for providing their excellent platform to have
our hacking challenge.
Articulate to spreading the word. CISO local chapter, Colombo chapter, Daily FT, and SLT Mobito. We thank you everyone for coming on board and supporting us.
And for participating in that quiz. We saw your enthusiasm, guys. 95 participants were there. So apologies because we weren't able to provide vouchers for all of you all, but there are definitely certificates that we will be providing you all with.
For all participants. And just want to remind you guys again, we've got the session starting at 2:00. So we do not want to hold you for too long. But one thing what we want to say is that we've got another 3 more vouchers to give away for the afternoon session. So join us. We'll be live on Facebook and YouTube. Thank you so much for all your time. And we do especially want to take a moment to thank all the speakers who have come on board this morning, taking away their personal time. We thank you so much, and it's been amazing. Thank you. See you all in the afternoon.
Okay, guys.